Welcome to the WardiTV 2025 Championship. It's Championship weekend.
Oh, massive fungal growth comes down and this Bioforce gets caught. That's not the trade Clem can really afford at the moment.
Blaze, just gonna be seeing the fungal growth come through as well. Oh my god, those parasitic bombs have just killed absolutely everything. Oh my god.
Here we go, Reynolds gonna dive in. He does drop a mega fungal on everything. He's gonna refungal as well, as this commitment will happen. It's gonna be on the way already. We're gonna get this Colossus quickly. We dive on it. The Stalk is pulling through for the siege tank, but leaves the Colossus unprotected. Units from the other side, SCVs. Clem is now picking up individual Marines to dodge Stalker shots because that's the level that we're playing at.
On the high grounds, the tank will go down. These Banelings are going to get massacred though as Clem just says no.
And you're ready to blow up on the adept. Oh, the worst adept shade of all time.
Classic is your WardiTV 2025 champion. .0 dominance.
Another day of StarCraft 2 is upon us. It's not just another day, though. It's another Monday. The largest WardiTV Monday in history, as we hit 36 players. We've never hit that before. 36 signed in, checked in players. It's the largest of all time, if I'm not mistaken. So we have got the largest WardiTV Mondays ever. And it's starting right about now. We better hop on over to career, I think, because Shin Hero is a round one matchup somehow. Seeding. Randomized. The players want it. They get it, but it comes at an interesting price at times. All right, hello, everybody. How are we doing? Welcome to the stream today. Thank you so much for joining us, and get ready to go in a second. Oh, if I miss this game because it doesn't let me log into career the first time, I am going to lose my doodles. Let me log in. Let me log in. Let me log in. How's everyone doing? Hello, hello. Good to see you guys. Oh, all right. Yeah, Shin Hero unfortunately randomized into seeds 15 and 18, which means that they play each other in the first round or in the round of 32. There's a round of 64 today, of course. It's not full, but there is quite a few players still in it, so it's kind of interesting. But yeah, we're getting ready to go and kick off into some action and get ready to participate in some StarCraft 2. Yeah, everyone's just logging over and getting onto their servers and stuff. But yeah, big tournament today. It's a WardiTV Monday. It's always a ton of fun, and excited to bring you guys some games. There's not really much else to say. Just ready to kind of kick ourselves into Hero versus Shin. Like I say, it's a pretty darn fun first round that we're going to be getting into here. Kind of regretting not having a drink right now. I also keep feeling as though my voice is... my microphone does not like to pick up my voice all the time, and then I feel as though I'm cutting in and out, but I'm not. This preview thing needs to be fixed, because I really is doing my head in. Not sure how to really do anything about that. It's like you guys hear everything I say, but when I say I start talking like this, it doesn't come through my headphones, but that means that when I'm talking between that kind of level, I'm cutting in and out. It makes it kind of difficult to talk, you know? So hopefully we can figure that out at some point. A friend request? Who the hell's that? Don't even know. Random friend request on a Monday morning. Unbelievable. All right, how's everyone doing? Again, hello everybody. Good to see you guys. Thanks for joining us today. Good to be with you. Bragging about all the friends I have. Well, in typical fashion, I actually just added them to friends and then immediately found out that I can't see them on my friends list, which means they're going to get immediately removed from the friend list instead. So there we go. All right. I'm getting an invite in. Testing. No, that's still not it. Yeah, I'm not really sure. All right, Shin and Hero are here and ready to go. Shit, I just saw Shin asked why versus Hero. Well, Shin, you see, some players asked for randomized seeding, and we delivered on that promise. So, yeah. Not really got a good answer for him apart from just unlucky. As we kick off into the bottom left-hand side, we're going to begin. And we're going to see ourselves. The red Zerg is going to be Shin to start us off, and we get this underway. Up and rolling. Let's see what happens. We get into Shin, our red Zerg, against Hero. I believe pros. Guys, actually, I am just going to go run and grab a drink real quick. I will be 1 minute while I grab a drink, and I'll be back. I should have done this before, but I just got caught up. I'll be 2 seconds. Yeah, the problem is I had a drink, and I drank it all. And I was like, well, yeah, I'm lucky, I guess, but I kind of needed another one, so always good to have a second one ready to go. All right, guys, how are we all doing? Hello, hello, as we have Hero and Shin here in the opening match today, round 1 of this WardiTV Mondays edition 75. We're halfway. We're halfway between 50 and 100. The road to 100 is very real. So that's very exciting. What's up, Sinister as well? Saw your resub earlier. Thank you so much for the 18 months. Appreciate you. SE2 hype, absolutely. Okay, guys. It's walkover time in a minute. We've got a lot of players today, so I will just be taking a moment to do walkovers. So just the next minute, a couple minutes will maybe be, if I just go a bit quiet, I might just be putting a couple of those into the systems, just letting you guys know. As otherwise, we're getting set up and readying to party on through and seeing what exactly is going to happen. Overlord just going to be coming about, moving around for a couple moments. Link's on the way, Stargate coming up, with a couple probes and the Stalker. We'll have ourselves the link speed coming up, and that's Stargate on the way through. Let's just take a few moments. I think my voice is going to take a, a series or so to get underway today, guys, as well. I'm a little bit bleh at the start, apparently. So, but yeah, Shin in this first round is unfortunately going to find Hero. Definitely a rough one for him. Not completely unwinnable, but definitely not ideal, to say the least. Definitely got to favor Hero here as the big old Protoss, who is really freaking good, as we know. As his Oracle is going to be popping out in a couple of moments. And a couple of probes is going to go in between the mineral lines right now. Nothing really too crazy just yet. Link speed, Queens, all coming through. Got the hatchery and a couple of drones coming about as well. Stalker, the Adept, and the Oracle just gathering in. And the probe transferring back over. So a little bit of movement, nothing really too crazy just yet as we settle down in the first few moments of this game. Get this started and see just where we are going to take things. excited to see what kind of stuff lies in store for us here. Because like I say, heroes, I mean, we always know hero is always going to have that potential to be quite the tricksy player and to do a couple of funky things. And then Shin has kind of been mixing it up a lot in this matchup as well recently, although a lot of it's been with some different kind of proxy hatch action and stuff like that. So genuinely kind of intrigued as to what sort of games we'll get to see throughout this one. Oh, we're just early. I will just take a moment to say if you're on the YouTube channel early, please consider taking half a second to scroll down, leave a like on the video. Don't forget to subscribe if you did not do so already as well. Massively appreciate it. Does a lot for us. So, you can check that out. Otherwise, we'll be able to continue through. Oracle's just going to latch themselves onto this Queen. Queen will go down. A few Lings going to get caught as well. So the Oracle's already doing, finding some value here and getting some trades in. So not bad. Oracle's early, putting some value out as it just sees a couple of Queens will be there to push the Oracles away. The few Adepts will come around and just shade through, try to see a little bit of what else is going on. The Adept's going to try and shade toward that mineral line. The few Zerglings are going to pull into this. A few drones there as well to help this out. And again, a few of those Adepts continue to be picked away at right now. Just going to see a few of those going down. 12 drones going to be killed. That's pretty disastrous here for Shin in the very early stages. So that really is kind of as bad as it can get. Does not really usually get better than that. So definitely a bit of a rough starting point. As you see the hatch settling down. The few Zerglings still joining together. +1 blink, and the rest continuing through. The couple of Oracles will continue to gather together as well. So they're just going to poise themselves in the center. A few Zerglings will continue to run around as well. Evo Chamber coming up. The hatchery still coming through. The few Stalkers will get in after the Overlord. I'm just going to go pick that off for these next couple of moments. So we clean that up, and on we go to the next stage of this to see, well, to see exactly what that next stage will be. I suppose more than anything else is probably the better starting point here, so we'll have a peek at that next few moments, see what we get up to. Again, Blink and +1 coming through, Temple Archives coming about, Lings, Hydroden, all building through. A couple of Oracles end up peeling back and away here, actually, so they're going to get away from the scenario at the moment, just kind of go the other direction. With Storm coming up, we obviously get a good idea of exactly where things are going for the next little bit of time. Blink and the +1 to accompany all of this. And yeah, Storm, Gates, all coming through. The few Lings still gathering. It's quite a lot of Lings that are actually going to threaten toward the top side of the map. Again, the Storm +2 and the Blink all building by, so we get ourselves the upgrades up. Shin took a lot of eco damage early, so he can't really do much too quickly. I kind of like that he's just heading toward Lurkers and just kind of the later stage of this game for himself, because I think anything he can do to kind of bypass the fact that he took a bunch of early damage would generally probably be a good thing. So yeah, Lurker Dead and Infestation Pit continue to come online just for the moment. Zergling's going to run up to the top. A Nexus is going to get jumped on. So Nexus is getting caught, and actually a few Zealots may get caught as well. Now the Stalkers are coming over. But nice to just cancel the 4th base. Doesn't really cost you anything. The Lings get away healthy and alive, so we do not have an issue there. Those Lings do make it out of here. So they are going to be fine, and now the Zerglings continue to come around down the bottom side. Zealots and Stalkers gather up. The Archon, kind of funny when you see the Archon laser beaming this entire distance. That looks absolutely ridiculous. Obviously, it's close enough to the rocks. It's just the rocks have a large hitbox, and the Archon shot hits different parts of it. Not every day you see an Archon reaching that far to deal its damage. As the couple Oracles will peel off. But, I mean, there's enough units here to play defense. These Lings won't do anything. Shin has found himself to 87 drones now. He was kind of lagging behind on workers a little bit at first, but has been able to rectify that for the moment. Robo Facility +2 attack charge. Still coming in. The cannons and the battery will be added on, as well as a fleet beacon. So Hero definitely already looking towards some of the later stages here. Get that underway, and we look to see what happens as the Zerglings run around. That right-hand side, Zealot, Stalker, High Templar. Moving over to the left, and as we gather here, have a chance to maybe push into that base. The Lings, yep, usually that door is open when it's Hero, but this time it's not. So there's actually a walled-off position. Gonna have to double-check. It's actually Hero playing after this game, because that's a very solid defense against a potential run-by. No Seismic Spine, so these Lurkers are in a position where they're here, but they're not as good as they typically want to be, but they're still here. So that's nice. We'll see how well we can defend this position. All the Lings from the other side are going to have to make their way back home. There's not really much they could do on the other side with that wall off, in fact, being intact. He did force a warp in over there, which is maybe nice. Stops the reinforcements from coming over perhaps a little. One Lurker gets caught. The Lurkers, again, not super mobile yet. Not all their upgrades done. Well, none of their upgrades done. Sizing Spine's the first. Adaptive Talons will follow after. But we're kind of needing that to come through, otherwise we are going to be missing a little bit. That's a nice storm. Bunch of Lings going to get caught. We see some of them taking damage. The Ling Lurker trying to make a counterattack, but the Stasis Ward does a lot, and then there's honestly just quite a few units, especially when you consider 2 Lurkers just caught in stasis immediately. These Lurkers are in trouble. Shin is trying to get there to play defense on them, but he just isn't going to get there in time, so those Lurkers do go down. And that's going to be a bit of a disaster, as now all these Lings pop back out. They are going to go down as well. Zealot Stalker clearing those up. The Lurkers too. Just freebies from Shin. He is not able to stop any of this from kind of going well at the moment, as we see the few Zealots streaming over. It's going to jump onto a couple of these Lurkers. The Ling Hydra coming through as well. Just the Lings trying to move through. The Zealots holding their own, pushing this back a little bit. Again, we see the Tempest, the Archons, and the Cannons continue to come through. Just going to have the Lings going to move up to the top side. Warp Gate's going to take some damage. The Lurkers and the Hydras come in. The Zealots and the Archons will continue to fight. The Tempest going to take a few more shots of damage here. The Mothership going to show up overhead. That's going to be a bunch of Archons and Stalkers looking to continue pushing through after some of these High Templar. As we are going to see all of those Lings getting cleaned out. Army on the right side, the Hydra and the Lurker backs it up, gets away from there for just a few moments. And everything from Hero continuing to gather for the next little bit of time. So for chase, Stalkers will come through as well. Lurker's just going to burrow up for a couple seconds, as you can see, and just get ready to try and defend this. Stalkers just blinking on top, though. No respect for those Lurkers. Stalkers usually melt against Lurkers, but in this case, the numbers seem to be alright enough. 8 drones go down. Lurkers and Hydra's going to go the long way around to try and shut off the retreat. It makes sense, but we're just losing units, it still feels like. Right now, this felt like nothing but just kind of gifting units away time and time again. It's not been a fun set of fights at all for Shin, who just seems to be coming out of this worse and worse off. Hero is losing supply too. It's just Shin is losing supply that I feel less confident he's going to be able to replace. A lot of these hero units taking a lot of damage, but not going down as well is a big deal. Can't imagine that is, like I say, a completely great situation. But yeah, I just don't see... I'm starting to believe less and less in Shin's arm, which is still kind of Hydra Lurker, just up against all these storms, up against all this tech. It is feeling very unlikely that that's going to be able to do too much here, as the couple of Tempest shots coming through, a few shots coming around. Armies will gather together. A few Hydras and the Lurkers going to make their way over to the sides here for a couple of moments too. Going to see the Archon still trying to step forward. A couple of Hydras still trying to fight. The Overseer's overhead. The Tempest shot still firing. Hydra's going down. The Lurker's taking some shots. +1 air weapons. The Oracle and the Tempest coming through. Hydras, Corruptors, Lurkers continuing to build as well right now. A couple of Storms still playing. Tempest will fire up. We are going to see a couple of those Lurkers still dropping down. Spawn some trouble as well. Ling Hydra into the middle of the map, just going to get in after the Zealots. So we'll see a few of those Zealots getting cleaned up here. The Mothership repositioning over here. Once again, the Overseer is still overhead. A couple of Hydras and the Lings trying to get involved too. The Tempest shot still looking pretty decent as we continue to fire away. Putting as much value into this as we possibly can at the moment. In the end, it's going to be too much Hero able to take in game number 1. And that is going to be, yeah, Hero taking the opening game of the day. One of our most winning players in the WardiTV Mondays. Getting it done today. Alright, jumping in the lobby. Alright, go, getting cold. Get this ready to go. Kick off into game number 2 of this BO3. As we get this ready to begin on Old Republic. So, kicking this off, getting this started. Shin's pretty stressed that he's still playing against Hero. Amazing. Just double checking no one has any more admin issues or anything. We are past the walkover time, just sometimes people trail about a little bit. They don't have actually kind of do what they need to straight away to get their walkovers and stuff. So, yeah. How do you fix the music glitching? You go to your settings on your Twitch. Like if you just go to the little gear icon and you click it and you turn off low latency mode. It's this is what makes the music go weird. 90% of the time, that is the solution on Twitch. Yeah, what's up, Mac Life? Thank you so much for the 22-month resub on the Prime. Much appreciated as well. Thank you. Thank you. Alright, so take a couple of seconds here. Ready ourselves into a game number 2. Hero with the 1-0 lead, starting us off today. If you haven't seen the bracket, like I say, biggest WardiTV Monday bracket we've ever had. Rogue and Nice already through their first rounds. They are going to play each other in the round of 16. Nikoract is through into the round of 16 as well, waiting for Cure, most likely. Clem into the round of 16, going to be playing Showtime or Perceive. Zaun and Shameless already through the round of 16. They will play each other. The winner of this series very likely plays against Björn in the round of 16 also. So expecting that too. I mean, I don't know whether to go Clem Showtime or maybe the winner of this versus Björn. I think both those matches are kind of fun. Some other round of 16s, Geralt just advanced. He will play most likely Solar, Classic, and Ryung are likely participants in the round of 16 against each other as well. And MaxPax very likely to be the favorite going up against a Percival or a Rex. So, lots of fun matchups, lots of fun plays today, guys. Like I say, it's a stacked bracket as it usually is, but today is just big as well. We got some great signups, lots of plays, great to see. It's awesome stuff as we it's ready to go. A couple of Lings going to go chasing after a probe. Clem Showtime would be sweet, yeah. Trust me, I know what you guys like. I know what you guys like. So, trust me, I'm going to do my best to try and get us into that one, because I'm pretty sure that it is probably a worthwhile one to hop into, basically, TLDR. So, yeah. We'll try and get us there. Like I say, just hope the matches line up. I'll keep an eye on it. We might be able to hold it or so if we need to as well, so let's see what we can do. So just take a couple moments here, guys. Early game, not much going on, really, to start us off. Just hanging about, and Link Speed, a Queen, a couple of drones coming through, Stalker, and a couple of probes coming up as well. So yeah, just getting nice and cozy right off the bat on this one. An Oracle coming through. Also going to be seeing the few drones and that Link Speed coming up, the Adept and the Oracle building, so lots of just little bits and pieces coming in for the moment. Get that started. See how things will continue. A couple things popping. Gonna take those over. The Adept and the Pro gonna continue to come around a little bit as well. Oracle from Hero back to the upper right hand side. Just gonna walk through, and is immediately just gonna be taking a couple hits from the Queens, and we go from there. Oracle turns. And another Oracle. It's going to be building through as well, so getting the Oracle count up, getting this all settled early. No surprises really just yet. Just nice, easy, comfortable starting point. Have Forge is going to produce through on the side of Hero here, so just going to get that Forge underway. Couple probes, the next the gateway coming about as well. The two Adepts will continue to shade into this mineral line now, but no fortune for them just yet. Flare, Roach Rowan in the drones. Continue to build, adding on a Spore Crawler, adding on the Extractor. A couple Lings coming through, the Adept gets chased. We head back up to the top side where there is going to be a couple of these Adepts going to get jumped on. Adepts going down, it's already 4 drones dropping. The Ling still patrolling for a couple moments as well, looking for its opening to maybe try and do something. Still not really going to find much opportunity just yet. It's a lot of Lings, but Oracles will control this. A few of them beginning to go down. We have the Blink and the +1 both continue to come out here. And again, there, drones, overlords building through the hatchery, setting up in the front. Oracle gets rid of a creep tumor, so the Oracle will be able to grab that. We just have, again, a couple queens able to drop a bit of creep down over here as well. So just going to knock that into position already. And yeah, the Oracle will continue to make its moves around. Trying to just stay out of trouble, but also provide some value. Just trying to provide kind of a little bit of a mix here in these early stages. Trying to see if it can really be useful or not. Couple Oracles will peel about. Just going to be having the +1 and the Blink coming through as well. Hydrogen coming up. A couple of Queens will be there. The Zerglings as well. Got that Roach speed also building through right now as we just have the Oracle still hanging around. So again, waiting for their opportunity to make something happen. Not going to find much of that opportunity just yet. As you see, the extra Hydras and the Spines continue to come up as well. So like I say, we have a good idea of where this is going just into the Hydras. How aggressive is Shin going to be is maybe a good question. He obviously lost a lot less drones than the last game. He still lost a sizable number, but, you know, sizable number, but still less than last time out. As you see a few Zerglings there, going to get turned around by the Oracle hitting the Revelation. That Revelation pushes the Lings back around the left side. They are going to try and come through for a Stalker. Not quite going to succeed on that one for the moment. Again, Hydra's coming through. Groove Spines coming up. A couple of Gateways and Temple Archives coming out as well. Yo, what's up, Siru? Thank you so much for the 40-month resub. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for resubbing it up. Apparently it's a laggy sub sound kind of day for some reason. Still can't figure out why that is. It's just so random. So freaking random. Anyway, we got a few drones coming up, a couple of Evo Chambers and the Infestation Pit coming online. And we got the couple of Oracles back over as well, which are going to try to just make something happen here. Stalker's going to hit the Lings for a little bit, and a few shots coming out. The Lings taking some damage, and we'll be taking a few shots right away there, with the Lings now pulling back through. You see the Stalkers are going to be there to, again, put some more damage out, and just try to, yeah, again, push things away and try and hold things out. Stop too much from going on and taking place for the moment. +1 melee will be joined by +1 missiles, so double upgrades from Shin into the Hive Tech as well. So he's clearly not just going kind of pure Ling Bane kind of aggression or anything here. The Hydras and Lings together will make some efforts through onto these rocks, and the rocks start to take quite a bit of damage. Just going to be seeing them going down pretty quickly. Rocks will fall. You have the couple Oracles peeling over, a couple drones already going down. Storm about to finish, charge finishing soon, +2 attack still building in. The Lings are going to catch a Stasis Ward. Another couple High Temple and the couple of Zealots both building into place right now. Fleet Beacon continues online. These Zealots will be a part of this as well, so we can bring a lot of that straight through. Again, upgrades all coming up. The army in the center of the map pulling over. Things will take a chance to jump over to the right side. Going to jump onto the hatchery, and the hatchery gets cancelled, so no 5th base for Shin. Not exactly ideal. Let's be real already. Again, this position in this game is not looking great for him. Just already from kind of seeing what's going on, it feels like it's all Hero again. He's just taking so much control of this map and this game. That feels like a problem as the Archon Stalker Templar Force moves back upwards for a couple of moments here. Gets ready to make some moves and see what else it can find. Hero loses a couple of probes back at home to some Banes. By over here, big. No Bane speed yet means the Bane's slow walking through those storms isn't fun. Last Baneling will go down, will not do too much else. And yeah, Hero just 4 bases, but that's absolutely comfortable when you consider Shin is being kept to 4 bases as well. Hero now just slowly adding on the Mothership. We do see Shin going into +2 melee upgrade, the Adrenal Glands being brought out as well at the moment. The Greater Spire also continue to produce on through. Stalker Archon will take an opportunity and going to drop a couple of storms. I kind of didn't hate the split against these storms. Quite a few units actually did make it through the storms as well to try and start fighting this. The Shin supply is absolutely horrible, so I'm kind of like, I was kind of like, oh, kind of a cool fight for Shin, but it was still absolutely just deadly for him. He is just dead in the water right here. Looks as though this one is going to be kind of done and dusted as Hero's just going to run through. Shin is not going to have enough to hold on. And that is looking as though Hero's going to be taking the opening match for himself today. Tough first round draw from Shin. Hopefully some better RNG next week on the seeding. Sometimes, like I say, it just happens. We do not do set seeds. The only set seeds are top 4 from last week are guaranteed to be top 4 again, so they can avoid each other. But otherwise we do randomized seeding in this event. So it is. I'm looking for Shin to find Hero so soon, but at the end of the day, you got to get through Hero at some point if you want to win the whole thing, most likely. So GG's there. Shin taps, and Hero takes the 2-0. All right, guys, I'm gonna hop straight to Europe and see if we can catch Clem versus Showtime. Let me see. Lobby. Ooh. Made it. Jeez. I was actually genuinely close. That was genuinely close. Alright, Clem versus Showtime coming up in a couple of seconds, more than likely, as we get us ready to go into some TVP. I'm going to have to run ads, but we'll go into our second round matchup here. This is timed out. Pretty much spot on. Look at that. Straight into the next game. Okay. Okay, it's happening. It's one of those days. Things are lining up very well. I don't trust it, guys. When's it all gonna go wrong? When is it all gonna go wrong? When's everything gonna time out, start being weird? When's the downtime coming? All right, let's be happy with it for the moment, though, and see what takes place. Let's go in game. In the bottom left-hand side, our blue Terran play here is going to be Team Liquid's Clem in this opening game, PO3, against the Red Protoss. Showtime on the top side of the map, getting ready to participate in some TVP for us here to get this going. No Beyond Hero. No, I think Clem Showtime's a little bit more exciting, personally. Beyond has been beaten Hero a bit lately, but yeah, I mean, it makes sense for us. I mean, yeah, there's loads of good matches going on, man. Like, it's really difficult nowadays. These early rounds of the competition get absolutely stacked, and then because there's so many matches going on, there's loads of good games. How do you pick what to cast, you know? A nice change from when I barely missed the games. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like, hang on. We just accidentally went straight from one series to another. I didn't ask them to wait or anything. Just so happened to work out. I'm like, I'm already suspicious. Instant suspicion. Okay, we're coming through. Cybercore and the probe coming up. A barracks on the way in as well for a few moments. You see that orbital and that Reaper building through here as well. The depot continues to come by next to the Cybercore. Coming up also, bringing this into play. See what Showtime has in store for us. Yeah, I always feel like Showtime Clem is a very fun matchup where there's always a very good chance that either player can win. Like, do I favor Clem? Yeah, of course we do. Clem's the boss. I absolutely think it's a very winnable matchup for Showtime. Pretty tough round of 16 for both of them, quite honestly, and we'll see who can grab a W today and advance through to the top 8. Top 8's where WardiTV points start being earned as well. That's important as the spring season of point collection has now begun, so players will begin earning points from now until the spring championship invites get sent. That's in a few months from now, so we've got like at least 2 months, 2-3 months of Mondays to kind of gather points on, as well as other events that are going on, so that will all be happening. As the probe steps through, Twilight Council still building, Nexus on its way, finishing very soon. The Adept and the Warp Gate continue to come online as well. Let's just take a couple of seconds. Starport Command Center, Widowmine and company continue to come through as well, bringing all of that up and running just for now. Yeah, the Twilight Council is very much so on its way quickly and early, so bringing that straight through. And for now, just continue to follow probe for a couple of moments to see exactly what's going on. Marine will shoot at this probie. And the probe takes a little bit of damage, gets shoved the other way. Getting a couple of Marines in the medevac in production currently. Probe ends up recalling back toward the top side. We do have the Stalker and the 2 Adepts gathering in the natural. For the moment, probes keep transferring about. I'm going to move around a little here. Gateway is coming through. Robotics facility building up. Reaper into the natural. Just going to jump straight in as well. Gonna drop a grenade down. Go down. Didn't even really get that much information, so not the greatest of Reapers from Clem. As Showtime shuts that down, like I say, continue to currently just move on in toward his blink play here at the moment. This medevac has a few Widow Mines inside that will begin to journey across toward the upper side of the map as well. So this medevac taking some mines to the top side. The mines end up just burrowing up off to the side. Here's one mine that tries to come in. Gonna fall back though. Just that he unloads these mines and just burrows them up there. I'm wondering what he's specifically trying to do in that scenario. It's very interesting. Like if you leave them behind and the medevac dies, it's like, okay. I guess maybe in case it's like Phoenix. If it's Phoenix, you can run away and be like, oh no, and then bam, the mines maybe hit and get a kill. That just feels like such a low percentage chance of what could happen, but it is essentially a safe counterplay to the Phoenix kind of bank up against the Widow Mines, where you then guarantee the Widow Mine drop will still get some damage. When he saw no Phoenix, he kind of just went and picked them back up, right? So, The Marines just going to continue through this set of rocks to continue to hit that down. Rocks will fall. A few Stalkers still making their way toward the bottom left. Command +1 building through, the charge and the probes, the gates and the forge continue to come up currently. Just going to have that next coming down, the Raven still lingering off to the right side. As we take a couple moments to see who comes next. The Raven is not able to get into position yet, so it's actually maybe just going to head home. And Showtime's also not doing too much with his Stalkers. They're also just kind of hanging back here and chilling, waiting for their opportunity to perhaps arise properly in the foreseeable future. Robo Bay, 2 gateways building up. Again, +1 charge build through stim combat. +1 continue to come about. Just get that on the way for the moment. As we have all these upgrades continue by, so we get everything into place just for a moment or two. Get this run away. And yeah, command center coming up, couple of Widow Mines coming up, medevac, marauder, everything coming online. This army is going to make progress out to the other side, so it's going to journey onwards for that. Auto turret goes down, going to hit Abby Observer for a moment or two. Fire gets back to the other side. The couple Stalkers going to get chased a little bit here. Clem will fire up a little bit of feistiness. Stalkers being chased again. The Marauders and the medevac still coming through here. Bio drops on the right side. This medevac loads up. We'll try and get toward the main base, but there's going to be Stalkers there to play the deflection on the medevac straight away, so not much fortune really found in that moment. It's a lot of Zealot Stalker gathering at the moment. The extra Zealot warping in once again as well, so bringing that straight through. Bioforce here, tanks and the mines settling. Couple SCVs just pulling back. We are going to have ourselves the command center coming over. Is just going to land over here. A couple SCVs that have fallen, so a little bit of damage being done, but nothing too crazy just yet. Long way to go on this one with Clem moving onto the map again. Has the third CC coming into position, getting that underway. So we'll have this going up behind this push across the map. You see one Zealot going down. There's a Stalker there gathering up a couple moments. Anti-armor missile is going to strike onto a bunch of these units. Now we go for the stim to the left side. Pylon over there goes down. The Nexus is already getting cancelled straight away. Kind of shows you what we kind of thought of that. Now we have a few pros going down as the Marines take some damage. But overall, again, Showtime loses a Pylon. I think most importantly here, no 4th base for Showtime, right? If Clem can keep Showtime off of 4th base, that would be a pretty big deal. Vikings still just building online here. The +2 attack upgrade comes up as well. Adding on that Prism, adding on the 2 Nexus. Again, +2 attack and the armor continue to come just straight up and into action here. It's a lot of Zealots gathering from Showtime down on the 6 o'clock. Just see this hallucination is going to continue to make its way down to the bottom. A couple of Marines going to be there. The Viking in position. The hallucination will fall. And now the rest of the Zealots still peel away around that right-hand side to see what else it is that they can maybe get up to. 2 more Vikings building through. The starport coming up. I've got the sensor tower coming online as well. So Viking Marines still producing through. 4 Vikings at a time. Colossus on the way, so we'll get that building. It's going to be the +3 attack upgrade also on that forge. Again, there's that armor upgrade, as you can see. And the Prism around the left-hand side is going to continue through a few Zealots just for a couple of moments. Back to moving about. The Zealots retreat back over to the right side. Just pulling all the way back over here. Ghosts, Liberator, Barracks, all coming through. A couple of the probes transferring between a couple of different positions as well. They will also move around. And the Colossus going to laser beam down a Marine for a few moments on top of that. Stalkers playing for the cleanup. You can see the Zealot's just going to charge in here from Showtime, so I'm just going to bring those through pretty much immediately. Now the main army pushes into the front, so it's nice to see Showtime actually able to take a bit of the map control. As he pushes into the front, he's seen some success, especially as the Zealots are trying to come back around down on the bottom. And so far, we'll maybe not see too much activity go in their favor, but I like the progress they're making. Kind of feels like they're doing the right thing. And like I say, it's opening the pathway for the attack of the main army to potentially get through and to get something done as well. So the rest of this still gathering through. Just going to see the couple ghosts, the +1 ship weapons, the 2-2 will continue about. Zealots on the way in. They're just going to move themselves forward here. Bio coming across. That Viking getting a couple of shots off. We are going to see everything else still gathering in the center. Take a few moments. +3 attack, +2 armor, building through, disruptor in the Nexus. Make that triple Nexus on the way up. Robo facility in the Dark Shrine building as well. You see the Bio going to try and fight a couple of these Colossus in the Disruptor. Well, the Disruptor goes down. Now a couple of Zealots try and move through. The Vikings going to get rid of the Colossus very easily here. So the Colossus going to get dropped already. Vikings continue to pull away. The Auto Turret going to be right there as well. Dropping down that Auto Turret at the moment. A couple of Zealots still being hit. Zealots will fall. Stalkers in the Disruptor, the Sentries as well, pulling back into the center. The Prism sets back up. Going to see a bunch more Zealots coming in once again. The couple Colossus keep on moving through. Prism continues to make a move out up to the upper left-hand side. Set up to once more find opportunity in the future and look for some openings. See how well that goes. Oh, that Dark Shrine just finished, so that's going to give Showtime a lot more kind of harassing options as well, deeper into this game now, so having that available to you has to also be seen as a pretty big boon right now. DT harass can be an absolute beast to deal with. It's so freaking annoying for the Terran when that Protoss, when those DTs kind of just blink on top of your bases, they kill things so quick. Need a good amount of units to deal with them, as well as obviously the detection available too. So Colossal will try and come about. We will just see the ghosts popping about 2, 3, 3 plus 2 ship weapons building in at the moment. Again, the Shadow Strike coming up, plus 1 air weapons, the shield upgrade. All of that continues through as we do see the Liberator still settling on the front of the planetary right now. Three upgrades, plus 2 ship weapons coming through. Add on the advanced ballistics as well. Another Zealot warping in, Disruptor shot. Trying to fire, clips the edge of a Marauder. Another Disruptor now going down, the Bio pulling back, and a step back through again. Another Disruptor from afar. Trying to fire in there initially, not quite going to make it just yet. Showtime is now obviously expanded up to all of those additional bases. So he's at that kind of prime scenario where you just have all the bases available to you, and you now kind of take control of the map in a pretty big way. Let's see what Clem can do about this from this point onwards. Big fight going to break out. Vikings going to get onto those Colossus pretty quickly with the anti-arm missile, and the Colossus should not last long at all. Actually lasting quite a long time, but mostly because the damage is being split on them. Prism shows up, but we kill everything else. Clem is going to win this fight. I had my eyes on the Colossus. Everything else, I mean, no Storm just yet, I guess, so apart from the Colossus, there wasn't really other splash damage, and don't get me wrong, this Colossus with alive a long time is just 3 Colossus being the only splash in that fight was clearly not being enough. There wasn't enough to just force this Terran army back at all, and it just stood there and fought and dealt damage, and now Clem clearing that force up puts himself in a very solid position in terms of the army that remains. He's going to bring a bunch of this across the map currently. And I mean, right now, just continue to go off the back of winning that previous fight. Disruptor does not get to land, it dies before it gets its shot off. A new Ghost just arrives, going to say a fresh EMP on these Zealots would be needed. A few reinforcement units will stim as well, as they will take their chance to join this battle and just hide away at these Zealots, which is not really turned into a good trade, I feel like, for Showtime. Maybe getting a couple Ghosts now. Yeah, maybe it's okay. I felt like he was just losing Zealots and not really dealing much else. The Stalker's giving chase as well. 2 new Colossus showing up. We do not have any Vikings left at the moment. Okay, we have a couple. So we have a couple Vikings left, not too many. Feels like that's going to leave us in a little bit of an intriguing place. We're building 3 Colossus at a time. I'm also trying to utilize this chance to kind of get into some Liberator production and get those numbers up and running as well. Cannons, battery, all continuing into place right now. Units will warp in along with everything else right now. Just going to see the army is pressing forward. Showtime looking to move through the middle of the map here and toward everything else. Ghost will come up, EMP goes down, going to hit the couple Colossus. Bio still chasing, the extra Liberator siege is happening. Starting to zone this area with those Liberators here. But this is going to be what's really tough, because now you're just pushing forward with the Liberator support. Showtime trying to push this back is going to have a bad time. It's not going to be easily done at all. Maybe towards the High Temple, even a snipe to kill it off. We got Tempest coming through. A little late to the party, perhaps. As at this stage, Clem's won a couple of fights in a row. And you can kind of see that Showtime is maxed out, but I'm not sure he really believes his army can jump on this. Remember, his army supply is worse than Clem because Clem has less workers. That also does mean that Showtime here, you know, kind of needs the Tempest to be kind of poking away at this from afar without the straight-up fight actually happening. So the longer that this continues without the Tempest count being higher and substantial, the more I feel as though Showtime is just not getting enough out of his army setup compared to what Clem is currently able to get out of this. Battery still taking a few more shots, a few more hits coming through. We go back and forth again. A couple Liberators will once again take a siege. Storm coming down. Bottom right side, the Bioforce is going to find the Nexus and a chunk of probes that existed down in that bottom corner. It's just going to clean that up as well. So that will also be going down. Base knocked away. The Stalkers, the Zealots, and the Colossus help to zone back the rest of the Bioforce on the right side. Bio going to be showing up. Those few ghosts to try and aid this and help this at the moment. Just going to see the couple Colossus will actually be good enough to actually push this back. So Clem loses this force, and Showtime will defend that position and hangs on there for the moment. I was going to say, Clem kind of feels like with the control he has, should be able to get to base 6, and he just hadn't been moving to water yet, but there it is now. Command Center moving through for the moment as the rest of the Bio Ghost still gets to the middle. EMP on the sentries, EMP on the High Templar. There's just not that many storms available. Showtime's not exactly super rich, right? So every single kind of aspect of this feels a little bit tough for him as the Bio really does just stim through and chase down everything that's left in this army. Liberators are sieging up on top of the Stalkers. There's really not much else to add to this one, guys. Showtime's army is melting. And that is going to give Clem a 1-0 lead in this BO3. GG's. And that will send Clem to a 1-0 advantage in this matchup. Alright, guys, we are going to take a second. I'm going to BRB a moment just while we have the second game host, and I just got to nip downstairs for a second. I will leave you guys with the WardiTV sellout button so that you guys can figure out all the wonderful ways you can support WardiTV tournaments while I BRB.
Hello everyone and welcome to the WardiTV sellout button, where we press one button and tell you guys all the ways you can support the stream and the StarCraft 2. First of all, don't forget to like and subscribe on the YouTube channel if you're watching over there. And secondly, if you're watching on Twitch, you can hit the follow to see when we go live. On Twitch, don't forget you use your Prime subs. They are free and they are awesome. If you do not use your Prime, we will say you're committing a crime. Of course, you can sub regularly, you can gift the subs, there's a membership system on the YouTube as well, and one of the most important things is to also check out the Patreon, patreon.com/WardiTV, where 100% of everything goes directly into StarCraft 2 tournament prize money. Is there a better deal than that? Yeah, gifting subs, because then you just spread the joy of WardiTV and StarCraft to others. What isn't there to love?
Isn't that just such a great thing? It's a sellout button. Yeah. All right, game number 2 kicking off. Down in the bottom left-hand side, our blue Terran player is going to be Clem, and he is up 1 against Showtime, our red Protoss, in the upper right. What's up, Bojob? Thank you so much for the 3-month resub on the Prime. Kaiser Sos, thank you so much for the 2-month resub. I have no idea why it's doing the laggy dings today. But such is life. Do you have Marauders just for tanking Colossus shots? Yeah, I mean, Marauders have a lot of uses. Colossus shot on the Zealots. Just against everything, them being in the front line is tanky. But they do reduce damage on Zealots, so compared to like Marines. So you kind of want a balance of like tanky Marauders and high damage output Marines, you know? It's generally the way that it goes. Generally the way it goes. So Jeff, thank you as well. Lagging sub noise. Your sub noise was actually just normal though, so it's self-aware, man. Someone talks about it and it gets a bit shy or something, it seems. Thank you for the 62 months resub on the Prime. Appreciate you. You can see the probes come up here for a couple seconds, get that on the way. Let's get this all settled in for a moment or two. See the Stalker going to pop out there. Actually going to be able to jump onto this Reaper. Chase that back just for a moment, and the Reaper will continue to hunt for some information early. The Prime membership stop hype trains. Yes, you need 5 sub interactions from different people within 5 minutes to start a hype train. But any kind of sub helps. Stalker shoots Zealot. Take a shot of that damage. Eats it up. moves around. Blinking the warp gate, continue to come through. Getting that online just for the moment. Maybe lingering up to the top side, figuring out what exactly it might like to get done for the moment. Do they also lag? Honestly, I really do not understand the lag thing. Like it just makes no sense to me. No one else is having this issue either, so it's not like someone else has figured it out. It's very strange. But it's not like I'm doing anything weird. It's not like I have a weird setup or anything either. Like, it's just strange in general. It's just so random. We actually hadn't had it for a little while, so coming back today is a little sad, but such is life. We'll get over it. We'll make do. Huh. I just had this crazy realization that for some reason when I press the mute button on my mic, it actually just mutes my listening to it as well. Which is very convenient. I've been like double pressing this button to try and not listen to myself cough and also not have you guys hear me cough. And it turns out that if I just press the one button, it just works. Which is kind of well. Okay, now it didn't work though. Never mind. Maybe I'm just crazy. I swear it didn't. Huh. Okay, I think I'm actually just crazy. Never mind. Ignore me. I swear I pressed this. It like muted it to me, and now it didn't mute it to me. Yeah. I hate when you audio setups, man. Just too many things. The sellout button. You guys like the sellout button? It's good, right? Well, it just means, like, you know, I can leave you guys with a message while I go and walk off for a minute when I have to do things. Like, if there's ever a message to leave you guys with, it may as well be the sellout message, you know? Probes are going down as the auto turret gets to business here. Impact combat and +1. Continue coming through. We're gonna have the storm and the charge continue to come up. Prism on the way through. Expect gates in production. Big amount of bio from Clem. Coming through the center here as well. It's going to start making its way across. You can see that probe very nearly going down. Not quite just yet, though. Grab it. Storm and the charge coming through. Prism, Stalker, and Zealot coming about. Add the batteries into play. Again, the attack upgrade going to be joined by the concussive shells here soon. A couple of barracks building on the side of Clem. You have this big bioforce just going to stim straight up. A couple of Zealots go down. Feedbacks onto the Medivacs. Man, the Zealots just got absolutely melted. They got absolutely destroyed. The Stalker's still blinking through as well. Seeing if they can find a little extra here. As Showtime turning this around, but I will say Clem's supply is still good. I mean, catching a couple of final units here is going to be very good, obviously. Stalkers just going to keep chasing. I mean, the nice part of these Medivacs being low energy is that they just can't heal. And that means that as these units take even just a bit of damage as they run, when they get back, there's not a lot of healing to be done. So this army's going to struggle to stay at high HP. Counter drop from Clem. Hits the Prism for a little bit of that damage. Doesn't do too much otherwise. Pretty well dealt with for Showtime, apart from maybe leaving the Prism in mine range, because now having your Prism low makes it an easier target. These Stalkers playing the interception. They are going to get the empty Medivac, unfortunately. The full Medivac is currently making its getaway, so going to be able to step away from there. Showtime, 40-54 probes. He's kind of in a go mode. Pretty sure he's going to have to send this right now. He's got no upgrades, he's got no probes, he's got no future-proofing in this game, so it looks like he's looking to try and essentially hit a 3-base timing with these first couple storms and just trying to get some storms down to zone. and to make this a very difficult fight for Clem. Clem pulling back away from the Storms very well so far. Not kind of overcommitting into position to try and defend this third base. That said, the Bio Army is low, so Clem having attacked into this in the first place might have been an issue, giving Showtime a way to put damage on these units and drain Medivacs of energy without him even having to be attacking has, I think, put Showtime into a very good spot here. And you can see Clem's numbers are genuinely an issue. 21 workers go down. The Storms continue to zone, and Showtime hitting this 3-base timing beautifully. The third base now has to evacuate from Clem. Showtime doesn't really want to go home, especially because look how low HP all these units are. Fortunately, does eat a Widowmine shot that he blinks into, but otherwise, I completely agree with the chase here. Like, these units are low HP, and it makes absolute sense that we're going to try and kill them off. Showtime is going to have enough. GG's, we get tied 1-1 in this best of 3. Just like that. Bam. Alright, Showtime Clem tied on up. What's the rest of the bracket doing? Wow, nice. 2-0 Rogue. Rogue, man, your ZVP is so inconsistent, it's crazy. Nice will play either Percival or MaxPax most likely. Cure is playing Nikoract. The winner of that will play Clem or Showtime. Stola beats Geralt, and Stola will advance on through to play Bjorn or Hero. Man, that section of the bracket's nuts. Hero plays Shin, Bjorn, and if he beats Bjorn, he plays Stola. And then potentially Classic. Like, that's a hell of a run on the bottom side of that bracket, I'm not going to lie. That's actually wild. Zaun playing Shameless. Classic playing Ryung as well. So those matches continuing. As Go-Go gets called, we go to game 3 of Clem and Showtime here in this series today. Let's get this ready to go. See what happens. Thanks for joining us, guys. Good to see you all. Happy to bring you guys some StarCraft 2s. It is my pleasure. Beautiful chair. Yeah, it's pretty cool, no? It's pretty cool. A very well-spent business expense so that when I'm AFK, you guys have something really fun to look at instead of just a boring chair. I used to have the Team Liquid chair, you know? But then my Team Liquid chair broke. Used it a lot over a lot of years, and so I just wanted the same one again, and they didn't do a Team Liquid one anymore. Or, like, it was out of stock for Europe or whatever. I can't remember. Originally I didn't actually buy the Team Liquid chair. It was a gift for TSL, or like it was a sponsorship thing that I got to keep. And I was like, I'm gonna have to buy one of these. And I just bought a boring one and didn't have any pattern on or anything. I was like, it's whatever. You know, my chair doesn't need to have a cool pattern on, I guess. Right? ... Yeah, I saw this one. I was like, oh my god, it's the same chair I already had. Only it looks freaking amazing. Nice. Well, let me set up for a couple seconds here. Cybercore next is coming through. There's a Reaper on the way from Clem. There's a probe. It's just going to be a little bit annoying for a couple moments. I see a factory coming about. The Adept and the Warp Gate continue to come by. Just going to see the SCV out around the right side there from Clem's. Just going to be moving over for a couple seconds. And we take a couple moments to settle everything down. The SCV on the move. Warp Gate and the Adept coming up. Twilight Council still building into play. Nothing too crazy going on, although a little proxy starport action is a little fun. Clem looking for the Hellion drop early. That comes through. Gonna hit the Reaper. Reaper takes some damage. We will see the Starport Command Center. And the Marine will continue to come through there. The Starport is about to be done though, so like I say, we get the medevac started. We get ready to prep this for aggression, which is going to be the medevac building, and then the Hellions going to go join up. Hellions do need to get across the map though, and that involves pushing these Adepts back, and obviously you're going to see 4 Hellions at Showtime, so you're going to get a good idea of what this could possibly be from that, although Clem did reveal the Hellions last second there. He was kind of hiding up the high ground, which is maybe a little bit suspicious in the first place, but I don't think Showtime had seen the Hellions until they fired one shot at the very end. And Showtime's defense is a battery in the natural. That means he can split units more comfortably as well if needed. So it's already a big starting point, as there's the drop. Gonna get into the main base though, uncontested. The full unload before anything shows up, and of course battery doesn't matter if 4 Hellions shoot at the same time. 5 workers go down immediately. I don't think we need to unload to the natural here. I think we can go with all 4 Hellions because we're only going to lose 1. That leaves us with 3. That's still 1-shot potential. And 11 probes go down. Very good for Clem. 11 probes, only lost 1 Hellion. And obviously that means the medevac and the Hellions are still around to try and do more. He's going to try and come back in with the medevac as the Hellions go to the natural this time. Gets 1 more probe, but that'll be it. I would have liked him to have maybe shown the medevac. I guess probably wouldn't make a difference. The split was already pretty good for Showtime, so maybe it doesn't matter too much in the end, actually. Tank and the Marines coming about. SCVs and Engineering Bay coming through. Pylon probes and the Stalker continue up. The couple of Adepts will gather together, and these Adepts will head down to the bottom side. Excuse me, just see the 2 Adepts going to come about. Just see the Stalkers gathering up. Just going to see that Hellion does get grabbed right there, so going to be able to make a little cheeky KO. Now, these have dealt with the Hellions at this point, so there's no more Hellions to deal with. Now it's just going to be Showtime's attempt to try and be aggressive himself here in this Game 3 of this round of 16 matchup. Early matches are banging here today. And WardiTV Mondays 75. The Stalkers get into the background. A couple of SCVs begin to fall. 2, 3 SCVs going down very quickly. The Adept's going to get to work. 4 SCVs now killed. The Adept will shade. Cyclone got a good lock onto the Prism. That Prism's going to die. So Prism goes down, and the Stalkers blink for the Cyclone instead of blinking out of the base. Mistake from Showtime, surely. I mean, just no reason not to blink out of the base. Blinking in. Yeah, he didn't lose any more Stalkers there, but blinking in already lost him a Stalker as well to the tank shot, so just didn't feel like a moment where you had to try and save that Prism from the Cyclone, because the Cyclone very much so felt as though it had already done its job there. Well, Stimpack and +1 still coming through, charge coming up. Dark Shrine and a few additional gateways coming around as well. Move those units around to the bottom. Few extra Stalkers moving across the map. +1 coming in, Stim on the way. Cyclone still building. Medevacs, Marines coming on through again. Dark Shrine in the charge coming up at the moment there. Just going to drop an Nexus down onto the base on this left side. Fun base for a 4th. Not the typical location, but very much so kind of like a little bit hidden away. Which I imagine is a big part of the idea here. Hiding that location away and trying to maybe just kind of catch Clem a bit off guard with it. Showtime definitely still trailing off the early stages. Shadow Stride, a bit of a hidden base. He's playing some kind of weird stuff to just try and get back into this game, I'm pretty sure, which is pretty interesting. I mean, it makes sense. You took a lot of damage early. Didn't do too much on your follow-up. In fact, you maybe even end up in a bad place, losing that Prism and the few Stalkers. So I don't hate that Showtime just says, you know what? All the standard is out the window right now. Let's just play for aggression. Let's just play to catch you out. 3rd CC is coming up from Clem, but it's not a super fast 3rd CC. Clem, 8 minutes in, doesn't have it yet. It's actually something that Showtime might have been able to kind of hang around with. I mean, in theory, Clem wants to push, right? If Clem doesn't want to push, then why is he on such a, low work count for so long? I don't know if he sees that DT, by the way. Kind of feel like he does. Swipes on a Marauder now, so now he definitely does know. Well, it's awkward because what Showtime basically did is he makes it very difficult for Clem to go across the map. So he's making it very hard for Clem to kind of do what Clem believes is the right choice here, which is to basically go and be aggressive. And that's basically what Clem set up to do as well, hence the later third. Doesn't lose the third base. Yeah, this entire time, Showtime's basically been just setting up to counterattack because he knows he can't win a straight-up fight. So he's never built up to take a straight-up fight, which is kind of the genius of it, right? Just the Stalker's ready to counter, the DT's ready to add to the base trade effectiveness of this as well. Another tank shot and just scaring a few of those Stalkers away a little bit further. Once more, we scan about, seeing what else is going on. The DT's still producing through. The +1 attack upgrade coming online. The Ghost Academy coming up in the back of Clem's base. A little DT blinking back the other side. We are going to see Widowmine shots going off onto a few Zealots, into a few of those units just in general right now. To get a little more done. Well, yeah, like I said, Showtime set up to base trade, bases all over the map. Definitely kind of playing himself in an interesting place. What I like for Clem, though, is that he's just realizing what's going on, so he doesn't push. So he doesn't bite on Showtime's kind of urge to base trade, and hence, now Showtime is on a much worse army composition than he usually would be. Clem's army composition is quite simply just getting better. We do have 2-2 upgrades on the way from Clem as well, so they're going to be a pretty major aid here, as we do see the Stalkers pushing through. A couple Widowmines go down. A chunk of these SCVs are going to begin to drop right from the get-go. The bio stems back over. The Observer in the sky goes down. 6 SCVs dropping so far. The rest of that army pulling back out to the center. Escape away from there. Zealot Stalker still chasing around for a moment. Say, Clem just has to keep his calm and just kind of, like I say, take it slow and steady. He doesn't want to rush into a position here which kind of encourages Showtime to make use of the army, which is in theory worse than Clem's. So you've just got to be very patient right now and let this kind of run its course. I wouldn't mind shots to put some work in. We're going to see the Zealot warping into the main base. I mean, Showtime again still has to try and just basically split up and cause trouble. Gonna blink the Stalkers into the main. Clem will respond with a lot of units. Because of the blink in the main base, he can afford to send a lot of units up over here. He might lose the 4th base. In fact, he will lose the 4th base. The Zealot's recalled out. That was not bad from Showtime, especially getting rid of the 4th base. Obviously slows Clem a lot in terms of where he can kind of get set up in the future, so that should be kind of a big deal. Zealot Stalker still gathering up. Take a few moments to see where that's going to go. Yeah, still got both these bases. Now mining. And Showtime is now going to hit Colossus, so his army is improving. It is, actually going to have tech involved now. Well, that resource lost 9.1 to 4.5k. It means Clem kind of gets away with mining from behind. Obviously, having a delayed 4th is going to hurt a bit there. Love the retargeting on that mine. Allowed it to actually splash onto some Zealots in the end instead of just wasting away on the first Stalker that blinked back. It still hit a Stalker that blinked back, but it was when the Zealots had got there, so the splash was still reasonable and meaningful as well. Zealot Stalker will continue through. Central gathering, Colossus gathering. +2 attack, +2 armor. Extended thermal lance coming up as well. A prism didn't come into play, so we've got the few Stalkers looking to try and come across as well. Also just moving over here, get in position. Well, we just have the Vikings going to be able to try and hold their own here. Stalkers do get pushed back the other direction for a couple moments. Going to see those going the other way. And Clem, like I say, securing the fourth base, getting this bit of economy going, and just still stabilizing his army in general, I think is him making a lot of the right moves still at this point in time. Mules drop down. They'll stalk around the left and get underneath that factory. He researched DT Blink for 1 DT. Yeah, well, you have to think about what happened in this game. He researched DT Blink so he could more easily enter the base trade, which is what he set up for. But Clem never bit on the base trade. Clem never actually attacked when Clem was setting up to be attacking in the first place. So then the need for the DTs went down, and Showtime's had to put a lot of resources into then reconvening his army into something that can actually fight more seriously into these later stages. And because Showtime's had to put the time into that, it's left him in this position where, yeah, he's not really had a chance to use the DTs in Shadow Stride. So yeah, there's a big investment, and you may feel like he's not really making the most of it or utilizing it at all. But I think in a very reasonable way, because like I say, he's been kind of left in this scenario where he had to get up something that was going to be a little bit more able to fight straight up, such as his Colossus. In which case, you can't just go wasting money on the DTs all of the time and everything else, right? A couple of EMPs coming down. We'll see a few shots coming through. Vikings plus 2 ship weapons, a 3-3. All coming about. The Bio going to try and stim back in over here for a little extra as well. Trying to get some more damage done for the moment as we have upgrades kicking in. Showtime not able to break this position yet. The Libera is definitely helping. Clem soon to be on 3-3. His army supply massive. Again, low work count, high army supply, and just slowly mining, allowing to trade extremely efficiently is a major part of a lot of how these games are going. We've seen the Marines is going to trade out. A couple of these Zelds going down. Nice little counter drop. Going to see a lot more Zelds warping in. We are going to see this fight breaking out. Do not love it for Showtime. These Colossus are getting surrounded. The Zelds will melt as well. And this is going to be a Clem just shutting down everything major here. And the drop on the other side is still going to keep forcing warp-ins. So that is going to be a disaster in the end of Showtime, unfortunately. And may just bring us to a close of what's been kind of a cool game. But, I mean, Showtime, it's weird. We're 60 minutes in game, and my summary of this game really goes back to the very beginning where Clem did so much damage. And he kind of forced, well, Showtime decided his best bet was to kind of let Clem think he could come and kill him. And just be so well set up to base trade that maybe that setup for the base trade gives him the advantage, only for Clem to never attack. Clem figuring out what was going on, Clem not actually committing across the map, basically kind of struck away the advantage Showtime tried to set himself up for after being in a deficit. It was really just a game where pretty much everything went the opposite way. EMP comes down, the Vikings will punch through for the Colossus. The Zelds will keep charging in. A couple more EMPs coming about. The tank will fire. Zelds keep charging forward. The Vikings going to go for the Colossus here. It will fall. Everything will fall. GG and Clem will move to the round of 8 today, earning himself a WardiTV point. And of course, the chance to go even deeper into the competition in this WardiTV Mondays 75. Hero Solar already starting up. Clem Cure is a potential next round matchup. I presume Hero Soul already began. I'll try and see if they didn't. Hero went 2-1 against Beyond, so that was maybe a longer series. This was also kind of a longer series though, so let me try check, guys. But I'm not holding my breath to get into that Hero Solo game. No, they've been in game for 5 minutes already. Classic Ryung still in game. The winner of that will play Shameless. Shameless defeating Zaun. Zaun not someone who plays often in these WardiTV Mondays. Playing today. And finds himself losing to Shameless. So Shameless into the round of 8. We'll play Classic over Young in the same section as Hero and Solar. Nice defeating Rogue puts us him. He's waiting for MaxPax or Percival to finish. And Clem waits for Cure or Nikoract. That is our lineup of the bracket today, guys. So that's where we currently sit. What's up, Casamigo? 95 stream watch streak. Crazy. Love the Wardy streams. Hell yeah. What are we going to go into, guys? Maybe we go NA server and just wait out Clem versus Cure or Nikoract. AKA maybe we can see if Cure or Nikoract go to another game. They're playing some TVT right now. Nikoract in game for 6 minutes as well. Everyone's been in game for 6 minutes. Arrgh. Clem should get bonus points. What for? For what purpose does Clem need bonus points? For being Clem? Seems like a completely fair tournament system. Kira and Nikoract just came out of game. We'll see if they go back in game. They do. All right, let's jump into Kira Nikoract. Nikoract 2-0 led Alex, Kira 2-0 Mini in the early rounds. As Kira leads 1-0. Perfect. We'll jump into this TVT then, guys. And then we can watch the winner versus Clem. Cool. Cool. Let's get this going. Countdown underway. In the top right-hand side, the red Terran player is going to be Nikoract, as he is down a game in this BO3. Wow. Clem freaking putting the fake result in. Freaking Nikoract is apparently watching this PVT while playing TVT, man. You guys think Clem should get extra points? I'm gonna tell Clem he gets -3 points. -3 points to Clem. What points he may have, I don't know, but we'll scare him a bit, you know. Not having these kids running mockery of the bracket system here. Unbelievable. I love how Nikoract messaged me in the game before Clem messaged me in Discord. Bonus for Nikoract, yeah. Nikoract just has the all-knowing eye, man. Maybe Nikoract was, to be fair, they only played a 6-minute TVT, so I guess Nikoract probably watched games 1 and 2 of Clem's Showtime, so that would make sense. That would make sense. Nikoract versus Cure. CV coming across, Cure with the 1-0 lead. Not really surprising. 6-minute game, so it wasn't super long, but honestly in TVT, I feel like any player could have been the aggressor in a 6-minute game. So probably more likely that Nikoract tried something that unfortunately didn't work out, if I had to guess. But it really would just be a guess, to be fair. Rip pulls back over, CC setting up. Reaper on both sides coming through. Either player being aggressive with their first Reaper, but with a second, Nikoract will decide to make a move out onto the map, so it is going to start to make a move across. And away we go. Reapers from Cure. Nikoract actually gets the first shots off here. Whoa, those are really good shots. Wow. Even with what was actually a perfect grenade, it just didn't matter because he got close enough and he killed that Reaper. That's kind of nuts. So good. So effective. As you see those two Reapers going to pull away. So Nikoract kills a Reaper. Just takes a slight advantage early. He's going to get over here and kill an SCV. Cyclone gets ready. That doesn't mean one Reaper goes down for jumping up to this high ground to see what else is going on. I see Nikoract's Reaper's a little bit behind, so he might have been thinking he had a few more moments to get in and to have a little bit of venturing forwards before he had the Cyclone to deal with. Nikoract ends up losing 2 SCVs, so apparently the Reaper over here actually caused some sustained problems. It was just the Reaper, so yeah, the Reaper over there actually did well for itself. A few trades were made early in this game. Number 2. Marines will come inbound. See the Reaper still coming about around. Cyclone and Marines all coming along for a few moments as well. Going to be seeing the Reaper coming about. Just going to be seeing this checking the Marine settling as well. And Reaper coming through. The few Marines in the Cyclone will step up for a moment. Medevac take a couple of shots. We are going to be seeing Cyclone getting the Medevac in return, so you're going to be able to get the other side. Nikoract loses a few SCVs. I feel like the numbers are okay for him kind of continuing through from this, but still not exactly ideal overall. Raven coming up on both sides now. Continuing to what is a pretty regular kind of TVT setup for the moment. Rogue 02 to nice, yeah. I don't understand Rogue, man. Like, dude goes from being an absolute monster some days to just absolutely not having... the consistency has never been Rogue's strong suit, but man, like, feels like his consistency is at an all-time low at the moment. Like, he just can't seem to have 2 days that look the same back to back, you know? It's not even that I think Nice is bad and that Rogue shouldn't lose to Nice. It's just like, it's so expected that Rogue would lose to Nice in a way as well at the same time. Like, Nice is an underdog to me against Rogue. But then, like, because then Rogue, sometimes he plays so well. Like, there's just no consistency there at all. And he, like, goes up against Clem and he plays his socks off against him sometimes as well. Like, I don't know, man. It's crazy to me. Like, I think his EVP is just I think his ZVP is a problem. I think specifically some of the earlier stages of ZVP is an issue, and he's just getting into such bad setups that he just can't have a chance even in the mid game when the Protoss hits him. But if he gets through that stage, he's also actually quite good at ZVP. It's just so much as ZVP does rely about getting to that stage in an okay state, right? The whole dance of oracles and adepts early game is all about that, so... Crazy. Shin's gathering, Marines tank, the Cyclone coming through for a couple moments. I'm going to say the Raven's going to come through in Matrix here. The Raven's going to die kind of quickly. The problem for Nikoract is that you can just never really deal with the second wave of tanks. It's going to say GG, this felt a little uninspired. Didn't really feel like it had much going for it, but Nico gave it a go. It flops a little, unfortunately, in the end, and that's going to be GG on that one. Cure just moving through, but that does mean we get Cure versus Clem in the next round, so we can basically follow through to watch Cure versus Clem. And we will probably do that, believe it or not. So yeah, Cure versus Clem for us in the round of 8. That means we've got a couple of round of 8 set up. Cure versus Clem, Hero versus Solar. Shameless is waiting for Classic and Ryung still. Nice is waiting for Percival and MaxPax still. It's also kind of fun. Yeah, a couple of interesting places to look at on the bracket for sure. So, kind of liking what we're seeing. As we'll be into more very shortly, guys. We'll be taking a couple moments, getting ready for extra. I will see you guys in just a few moments. Yeah, I'll see you guys in a quick... I'll be a second while we get to Cure and Clem vetoed on up. Why not? All right, see you guys in a moment. BRB. Clem versus Kua coming up in a second, guys. Hi, how's Burrito? Thank you so much for the 50-month resub. Appreciate it. Thank you for supporting the WardiTV Mondays. We're jumping into Clem versus Kua. Maybe after this we'll take a quick second. Maybe actually at the start of this we'll do a little sellout. Prepare yourselves. We're just on the loading screen. Boom. WardiTV Mondays 75 quarterfinals, as we have in the bottom right-hand side, repping the team kill. It is from Team Liquid, the Red Protoss. It is going to be Clem. Taking on the blue Terran in the top of the map, it is going to be Kua. Quarterfinals here today. Thanks for joining us, guys, and we'll just take a few moments to thank you guys for hanging about with us. It's good to see you all. Yeah. Good to see you guys. Good to have you all with us. Yeah, just a moment to say, obviously, WardiTV Mondays, WardiTV tournaments, how do these things happen? Yes, well, basically what happens is that we need money to run them. What? Crazy. You guys didn't figure that part out already? Well, I can't help but explain the obvious, I guess. But real talk, just what I want to mention, guys, is obviously the Patreon page. Patreon.com/WardiTV. 100% of anything pledged on Patreon goes directly into tournament prize pools. So if you guys are enjoying the WardiTV Mondays every week, the Patreon's a great place to support these, as well as just everything that's going on in the WardiTV 2026 series, which includes these Mondays Cups, the Winter Championship, the other events we're going to run this year, such as the Spring Summer Championship, Korean Royale making a return, European League making a return. If you want to support those events and make sure that money goes to the pockets of the players, which, believe it or not, are the most important part of StarCraft 2, because without the players, we won't have much StarCraft 2 to watch, then do consider checking out the Patreon. That's patreon.com/WardiTV. We even cover transaction fees, so $10 on the Patreon really does mean $10 to the players. So do check that out if you are feeling generous. Like I say, it's absolutely one of the absolute best ways to support. It allows us to just do so much more. We're trying to work our way back towards the $2,000 mark on the Patreon, so help us out with that. And yeah, it allows us to, like I say, keep on running these events at higher prize monies and all the rest. So check it out. That's patreon.com/WardiTV. Phalanx SC2, thank you so much for the 47-month resub as well. Appreciate you. Thank you for all the other bits of support coming in, guys. Appreciate you guys, obviously, as well. As we have a Reaper trolling out on the low ground, is going to hop into the base here from Kua and have a look to see what's up from Clem. Clem building that third that natural expansion off location toward the third initially. Just see the depth continue to shade about for a couple of moments. Just going to see the few Marines and the Widow Mine coming up as well. The Adept shades back over to the sides, and we are going to see the Reaper continue to put some damage in. Twilight Council, Gold Probes, and Stalker, the Warp Gate all coming up as well currently. Yeah, the Blink and the Warp Gate will continue to produce, so bring that Blink and Warp Gate online. Again, just the Adept still chilling out the front. There is going to be a bit of pressure on the other side. The Adept over here is trading with a couple of units up on the high ground, so a little bit to be done there. Nothing too major. Still got that Blink building, the Warp Gate building. Wouldn't mind the couple of Marines coming through too, as the other Adept's going to come join the first Adept. Both players looking over here for a second as the Reaper micros from Kua onto a probe Clem. Clem will once again shade the two Adepts. Currently still not a low ground CC from the Terran player. And bring that down for a moment. The few Marines are going to step through. The Adepts take some damage. Going to be seeing the gateway and the robo facility continue to come about also here. So bringing all of that in. The Marines joining up. And these couple of Adepts going down to the bottom side as well. Well, actually, let's see where they go to. Answer right now is no one in particular. I'm just going to join for a second or two. Again, that blink coming about for a couple of moments. Going to see the siege tank and the marines coming in. There's the Widow Mine drop coming in right now. It's going to go off onto 2 probes. Well handled, but we also saved both the mines, so good for Kua. Keeping both mines alive. And that's going to give him even more chance to harass further down the line, which is almost always going to come out to be a good thing. So it's almost always going to be a positive. Medevac will still settle there. Again, Prism, the Nexus continue to come through. Just going to have to liberate the tank and the Marines coming up. The barracks still coming online. The bunker is coming into play. A lot of that's still coming through. There's Medevac boosts through the bottom side. Going to see the 2 Adepts going to go in after the mine for a second or so. Trying to find a little bit extra here for a couple moments. The Stalkers are going to go across the map, so they're going to make their journey out to the other side as well. And yeah, liberate tank building through with the Marine support coming up behind it all. Stimpack Valami much so just on the way through as well, so again getting a lot of that up and rolling for now. Stim, Marines tank building in, Gates in the Forge coming up, Nexus in production also. What's going on? Just the Prism from Clem going to be on the map trying to find a little bit of opportunity perhaps. See if there's a chance to make its way across there. Prism moving about, Stalkers counter about. Probes going down the other side once again. It's just the Widow Mines getting to be a little bit annoying. At least they're going to be properly dealt with this time, so shouldn't be too much more of a factor as we do see the Stalkers trying to hold off these first couple of units. Q going for the big tank push right now, starting to move down to the bottom. So tanks, Marines pushing downward. We do see the couple of rocks in the center going to get worked on. There is the Medevac empty at the moment from Q lingering about on that bottom side as well. Combat shield, a couple of Widow Mines come through. The army from Clem loads up 4 Zealots once again. Q not going to come all the way across the map in the end. Clem just sitting on that slight work lead as the Pros player should, and overall feel like his position is fine. Just, I mean, I was a little bit afraid of Q coming across the map. I guess he's got upgrades still finishing, and when those upgrades are done, maybe he commits. But now it's given Clem time to get the Zealots in position, and yeah, okay, I mean, maybe Clem knew that the attack wasn't going to be able to come until certain upgrades are finished. So you had time to set up an attack like this. 4 SCVs go down. Force fields here initially do not love this fight for Clem. I think he's quite outnumbered here. Desperately needs the Colossus, and obviously it's building right there on that Robo, as you can see. So we need this to pop out. Without the Colossus, I think we're just instantly in a ton of trouble. So, yeah, can't really defend without it. But now out. Got to figure out how you get in position, which is going to be tough because those tanks are able to target it down. You can see the Colossus takes a lot of damage very quickly, so it doesn't get too involved. He's just going to die. Here, his push is going to be a bit too strong. I liked where Clem was at, but he needed a few more units, and I thought they were maybe going to be on the way, but just not able to get enough up, and hence. Also, the Prism, I guess, didn't do much either. Like, it killed a few SCVs, but it felt pretty quickly managed, like, handled pretty swiftly, which obviously goes kind of nicely for you, too. And Clem is going to take a loss in game 1. MaxPax did defeat Percival, by the way. Percival out in the round of 16 as MaxPax plays nice in that round of 8 matchup. So we've got MaxPax versus Nice, Kua versus Clem, Hero versus Solar, and then Shameless will play Classic or Ryong. Classic and Ryong are still playing. What the hell's going on with those guys? Ryong giving some long games. What's Rex casting? Probably Hero Solar. No, Rex and Ryong Classic. Ryong Classic are 1-1 right now over on Rex's stream. Both maxed out. Ryong's 4th base is dead, I see. Ryong's 4th is dead, but he's... Honestly, like, it's winnable for Ryong, but it's not great for Ryong. So it looks as though Classic might be getting that one done. So, I to give you guys an update there if I have another one. Don't think I've got any other update to give you guys. Nice against Max. I was trying to find the. I wanted to try and see if I could find the Solar versus Hero game, but never mind. The result of Solar Hero is in. Solar 2-1 over Hero, so Solar does defeat Hero. Awesome. All right, well, there you go. That does give us the info I'm looking for then. So Solar is going to advance to the top 4 today. Hero will fall in the semis. Gives us a Zerg in the top 4. Always exciting. Always happen. Raynor with the raid. I literally just opened your stream 10 seconds ago. Clicking through. Yeah. Hello. What's up, guys? WardiTV Mondays. We're in the quarterfinals right now. Clem down a game to Cure. And also we've got Solar just defeated Hero. He's in the semifinals. So there'll be some Zerg games coming up a bit further down the line. Long way to go, because we'll have both semifinals and a final at least still to cast. So we got at least another couple hours of StarCraft 2 on the way. Plenty for you guys to enjoy still. So welcome. Hope you're doing well. And hope you had fun with the Raynor ladder stream. Crazy. Raynor on the ladder. Unbelievable. Proby. Nibbling at an SCV. SCV going to pull back and push this the other way. Probe does take a second to step out of that for a moment. Cybercore coming up. Next is still building in. The Reaper and the Orbital Command will come through, and that probe still builds just for a second or so. SCV and probe together will clash, and another SCV pulls in to go after that probe as well. Try and push through for a couple seconds and see what it is we can find overall. Reaper factory building through, just gonna have ourselves, as well as that, the probe still moving across the map here currently, so again just on a journey, heading toward the upper right hand side, heading back home after an early scout. Clem obviously gonna have to be completely on top of what's going on here this time around. Cannot let a mistake get him, because he's now down a game in a BO3. It's been a hot second since Clem made it even towards the later stages of a WardiTV Monday. Follow this Reaper a second, but I wanted to tab out to look at things, but I guess I'll not. I will look at things on my other monitor instead. Hang on. Yeah, it feels as though it has been a hot second since Clem was actually in the late stages of a Monday Cup. Wow, it really has been. The last time Clem was in the finals was when he lost to Trigger. That was the first Cup of this year. So in 2026, Clem has only made 1 finals. He did skip a few of these events as well. I think it's always worth stating that he hasn't played in all of them. Clem hasn't actually won one of these Cups since October, which is probably the longest time he's gone without winning one of these, since edition 57. So it's been a hot second since Clem brought home a victory. And like I say, he's made a few finals since then, but he lost to Solar, he lost to MaxPax, he lost to Trigger. Clem is our most winning player of all time in the WardiTV Mondays. He's got 21 wins, sorry. But that will not stay solid without continuing to win, because Hero and MaxPax keep on catching him. And yeah, since the last time Clem won one, MaxPax has won 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 5. Which is kind of crazy, so yeah, some things to look on there as the Reaper goes down, trying to come back and defend these Adepts. These Adepts having pretty darn good time for themselves in the early stages, huh? 2 Reapers and a Hellion going down. It's kind of a disaster. I mean, the Widowmine is interesting because it's zoning the Adepts walking out, but that's all it's really doing. Like, it's just stopping the Adepts from walking out, basically. So tries to set it off with the Adept Shade, but the Widowmine unburrows. Keep the Adepts there for a bit longer. Now Marines are going to drop down here. Need a target fire, but we don't get it. And that's going to be the Adepts stuck long enough to go down. Man, it took a long time, though. It took a lot of effort actually having to drop Marines to be able to come through and to deal with this, apparently. Ouch. Crazy business. Crazy business. Blink, Prism, both continuing through. Just going to see the Raven, the tank coming about, the Barracks and the Bunker coming up as well. The Medevac heads down the bottom, a couple of Widowmines involved, as that Stalker looks to try and intercept said Medevac in these next couple of moments. Just do my sub-sound impersonation, as I think he's doing much Rivyard for the 7-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate you, the Stalker. Just chases for the Medevac. Medevac low. Again, a couple of Widowmines inside the Q can try and look to utilize as Clem. Gonna blink straight into this natural. That's scary because the tank is right there. And tank was firing straight away, so Clem just immediately decided to start retreating. Not sure if that was really the blink in initially you wanted to see. You're gonna see Q pulling this tank toward the high ground. He already has a tank in the high ground though, so that just means this other tank is unsieged, so now there's no tank here. Now we're gonna get the tank. Now we pull back toward the bunker. We can obviously micro the stalkers that are low and get them into safety. Oliver the prism. Not sure what Q was doing, repositioning the low ground tank to the high ground, then realizing, oh, I have a tank here anyway. Former Stalkers warping in, gonna rally out. We'll just be seeing the couple pros next to the forge coming through. The Stalkers blink for the siege tank. Apparently that's just gonna be good enough. Q is just gonna get out of here. And that was, what a disaster. This just completely fell apart for Kira in the course of a couple of moments. Kind of, like I say, a very weird situation because I just don't know what he was repositioning that tank for. I can only assume that was maybe a bit of a mistake and obviously a very costly one at that as Clem ties this 1-1. Now we do have a result, by the way. Classic did defeat Ryung, so Classic moves on to play Shameless, which means that we're guaranteed, guys, a TVP and a PVZ semi-final today because Solo will play Classic or Shameless and Clem or Cure will play MaxPax or Nice. So we are guaranteed a PvPZ and a PvT to come up next. So we are going to get a bit of a mixture of matchups. Which one comes first will purely depend on which one is ready first. As we get this ready to go. And we kick off into Winter Madness for game number 3. Let's do this, guys. Let's send it. I thought I turned the WardiTV Monday logo on. Apparently I did not. Smart. 200 IQ. Big brain over here. Alright, top left-hand side. It is going to be Clem, our red Protoss, blinking his way to a tied-up series. Up against Cure, the blue Terran in the bottom right, who will be probably, like I say, a little frustrated at how he let that one so easily fall away from him. I think that is the real takeaway. Like, it was actually easily done by Clem as well. Just kind of surprising. Couple of refineries and the racks coming up. Just going to be settling ourselves for a couple moments here. See what we do. A probe scouting across the map to begin with. So probe comes to scout along. Gonna fight out a couple of SCVs, the barracks. Wait for a couple moments. The probe just checks out, trying to see what's up. Not too much is the answer right now. It's going to be pulling back towards the top side of the map. It's just going to be bringing that across to that northern position at the moment here. Get that all settled. Or just gets back home. So wait for the Reaper to pop out. Probably going to be our main point of interest here at any point soon. Oh, Reaper throw the grenade down. A couple of probes taking some shots. Reaper will continue to pull away for a couple of moments to get out of there for now. Deputy's gonna shoot, Reaper goes down, getting that pick off. Again, gonna be seeing the Twilight Council stalking the Warp Gate, continue to build on in. We do have the Reaper Helling production just continuing through for a couple of moments here. Depth moving around for a second or so, and these other couple of units coming about as well. Go the Adept shading once again. Away they go. Just going to gather up. That Blink still chrono boosting through on the Twilight Council, so bringing that straight into place here. That Blink coming through. Wolfgate coming up. Starport and the Orbital Command continue to build. The rest of this will continue through for the moment as the Adepts threaten to get to the high ground for a couple moments. Couple Adepts will settle and join. Take a few moments as we just have the Hellions actually going to run through. Kua going to run into this Mineral Line Clem. Has the battery to help out a little bit. Needs to get rid of some of these Hellions because right now they're still in one-shot range, which means that probes will just keep dropping. We got to kill these Hellions. So much spread damage on the Hellions means it's taking forever to clean them up. That's just 9 workers going down from running into the natural. I'm going to go ahead and say that's not quite what Clem was thinking of when he was thinking of this defense. Barracks, the tank, and the Marines still coming up. That Blink continuing through as well. There's that bunker coming about. A few Marines coming in. Engineering Bay, Barracks, and the Stim coming up. Barracks is going to swap over, go to the tech lab. Factory going to get to the reactor as well. Gun charge coming through. A couple of gates and the probes coming about as well right now. Simpack combat shield building up here. Obviously, that's going to give Kua some of the upgrades to really get on the map and maybe take advantage of the lead that he's taking. But that was a lot of workers dead early in this game for Clem. I'll have to try and recover from this as soon as the auto turret hits Twilight Council for a few moments. The probes pull back into the main base. That's going to be seeing the auto turret here again, forcing even more probe kills and more lost mining time, so it's just adding up. Obviously, that Raven is low, but not dead, and that's the most important part. That Raven high enough HP to get in there and get at least more auto turrets off. And for now, at least, we'll keep Stalkers pinned back because he wants to make sure he doesn't let that Raven get too much more done freely. So Raven can just sit there, keep everything pinned. We actually catch the Observer as well. Kua continuing to clean up nicely around the map so far. I like how he's playing this at the moment. Step through, the Observer goes down. It's going to be 2 Observers in pretty quick succession, to be fair, and not a pretty game when you look at what's been lost. 13 probes, 2 obs, 3 Hellions, and 3 Reapers. Kira is going to be absolutely loving what he's been able to do thus far in this game, almost definitely. His position has been popping though thus far for sure. Bringing a shoot hallucination, taking some damage. We do see the extra zealots warping in once again. Big push from Kua. This is going to be difficult to stop, man. This is so many units coming your way. Clem, rough early game, +1 attack about to be done. He is setting up the surround. If you can get some zealots onto these tanks quickly, knock the tanks down. Okay, the tank's going to die very quickly. It's going to make me like this a lot. We do see a few probes going down behind all of this as well. Force field to help us out. A few new zealots coming through. We have an Immortal to bulk up this army a little bit as well as everything else. Clem throws down a Nexus during all of this. Now we see just needs some damage output on this Bioforce, which is the one thing that's really missing right now. We've not been able to deal with that just yet. On the other side, Command Center Lift's going to take a 3rd base as Kua. Clem didn't die, but he's not exactly looking pretty. He's still down a lot of army supply. And he doesn't exactly have a lot of good tech to work with either. He's just going to be working with very basic units. 2 Immortals now out. Plus to attack upgrade on the way. I say he's going to have himself a moment or 2 of reprieve where Kua is just going to step back for reinforcements. But ain't going to be long. And as you can see now, Kua is back on his way across once again. So he's back hunting for more damage. Kua stims onto this Nexus. The couple of Zealots try and get to the front. Stalker's going to be there. The Immortals will hold their own. And we are going to be seeing a couple of Wooden Lines starting to go off on towards the rest of that Bio army. the rest of that Protoss army, the Bio army still getting chased down. These Immortals are such a big part of this. Desperately need these Immortals to stay alive because they are going to be what can deal the damage to the Marauders. It's going to be very Marauder heavy. Only one Immortal left, though. The other got targeted. That's definitely not looking like Clem has enough to hold on to this. The continued pressure Cure, as it should be continued pressure, because let's face it, Clem's not had enough to really turn him away properly. Gonna make this difficult. It's gonna see a couple more Stalkers coming through. A few more shots coming about. We clean up the Widow Mines at least. I'm trying to hang on to this fourth base as he has a few more Zealots showing up. That Immortal's still pumping damage. I think does his Immortal have 6? He's done a lot of damage though. He's been adding a lot. I thought he might have had like a lot of final blows on Marauders here. Well, the dregs of these units from Clem going to try and chase this away. Reinforcements are here from Kira, and that means that Clem, as he blinked in after this, is more or less immediately going to begin regretting that. Another order turret coming down. The few probes are going to relocate back over. Viking's going to go for the Observer. We knock that down. The Bio still hunting. The Zealot goes down as well. The probes continue over, and a couple more Zealots going to get jumped on, getting those cleaned up. Widow Mines firing through. Raven still just up in the sky. The Stalkers and the Immortal coming back over as well. It's going to be seeing still the Bioforce still pressing forward. The Immortal is going to be in some more trouble. Clem can try and hang on in there, but I'm pretty sure he just dies eventually because, I mean, okay, can this Colossus change the day? He needs to get rid of some of these Vikings, otherwise the Colossus is just free pickings. There's only one healthy Viking, to be fair. There's also very Marauder heavy, which means you can just kind of probably stim through onto the Marauders. Oh my god. Wouldn't mind actually blow up a few Marauders because they're just that low HP. The Colossus is going to live, and Clem is not going to die just yet. Going to rebuild the base. Then with the Zealots coming through, actually begins to chase this away. We'll clean up these couple of mines after giving up a couple of Zealots for them. And Clem lives with a ridiculous defense. Still in trouble, though. Might need to drop the force field. Wow, this is the Colossus. We have a new Colossus, but we have very little support for it. I mean, he needed the Zealot count to be here to kind of really keep this protected. Pure. Gonna try and just dive it. Colossus goes down. There goes your splash damage. There's not a lot of bio units left over. We'll have to take a second to clean the mines out. The few Stalkers are needed for the range damage. You know, if Zealots are chasing this army down and just kites forever, then you never really get enough done. One more Zealot going to be picked away at here. The other Zealot's trying to come down that ramp, unable to. The Bio quick to turn the Zealots back the other direction. Just going to turn those back up to the high ground. Another Medevac going to get picked away at here. Still the Bioforce lingering with a few Vikings to try and help us out at the moment. Another connection. Medevac goes down. Clem still just about hanging in here. He does have +2 attack. Q did stop everything for a little bit to kind of keep on attacking. He did now eventually go into 2-2 upgrades. He'll have 2 armor. He'll have a 1 armor upgrade lead soon. But there was a little while where Q felt like all he was doing was building units. Clem is caught with way too few units over here. Pops a Guardian Shield, but it's essentially an attempted retreat. And he does manage to retreat away from this, but as he loses out on units, Q is just gaining more and more. It looks as though the Sentry will get grabbed. That part will not get away from this. I can't believe Clem's still just stepping on the map, honestly. Kind of surprised. I feel like his only chance is to kind of scrap at home near reinforcements and so on. 5th base. I mean, maybe you need it, but it's also not really holdable with the lack of units that you have. Clem desperately trying to make this work, but Pure looking a little bit too strong in this round of 8 today. Pure is going to move on through into the semi-finals to play more TVP. Pure's been kind of crushing it in TVP lately, to be honest. Now, we were talking not that long ago about a WardiTV Mondays where it was like Pure might win his first ever. And then he got all the way to the 5th game against Hero 2 weeks ago, and it just didn't go his way. He had a 2-0 lead. He lost that series in what would have been his first win out of, was it 5 finals he's been in now? Yeah, 5 second places for Kira, not a single win. Crazy. Alright, Kira will play MaxPax, but that will come up after the Solar vs. Classic series, because that one was ready first. Classic dispatching Shameless pretty quickly. So we will go for Classic Solo. Let's hop on over to Career. And get this PvZ rolling. Cool. Cool. We'll take a couple seconds then, so just logged in, so we'll get some videos done. We'll get this PvZ on the way, guys. So Classic versus Solo, Cure versus MaxPax are going to be our 2 best-of-3 semi-finals today. And, yeah, Classic, MaxPax, Cure making it back to the top 4 after last week. Oh, no, Cure didn't make top 4 last week, but last week MaxPax beat Beyond in the finals. Classic lost out in the semis, I believe. Like I say, we'll wait for these guys to get figured up, and we'll get ready to go and kick this off. Wonder why Clem is not using Storms. It's the way of Protoss. It doesn't have to be the way of Protoss. I mean, Stormblade was actually not super popular for a little bit, and then it's been brought back. In this game, he was just too far behind to ever probably go Storm. Storm, if he goes Storm, he probably dies as Storm's on the way up. It's tough because sometimes it feels like Storm's the only thing that kind of gives you enough hope of kind of surviving, but as you saw, Clem made a pretty good go of it going into the Colossus. I think that's why, because he feels as though there's still a chance for him to have enough control and maybe kind of ability to bring it back with Colossus, whereas with Storm, it's very difficult, so... yeah. Tough one to say, honestly. Tough one to say. All right. Take a couple moments, guys. I'm just waiting for videos, and we'll be able to go. 10,000 feet going to be our opening map. Get this underway. Alright, we're in the lobby. So it's just a matter of actually needing Classic, but once Classic's here, we can go. Just waiting for Classic. So we're just spamming pros. Good and bad. Sorry, just checking up on something, guys, before we get in game. Alright, let's kick this off into 10,000 feet, guys. Get this ready to go. Let's kick off into Solar versus Classic. So, kicking this off, getting this underway. Our semifinals begin here for some ZVP. I'm going to start off in the bottom right side with the red Zerg. It's going to be Solar. Taking on the blue Protoss in the top left side, Classic. Game 1 of the BO3. And we get underway and look to see what will happen. Start this off. Very interesting how this is going to actually play a little bit, because do you think we've got a fun few moments to kind of figure out here, setting this up, getting this underway and everything. See what kind of builds the guys are going to use. Classic, someone who has been at times very consistent with his builds, and other times mixes it up a little bit too. Right now I'd say he's a bit more in the phase of mixing things up. Solo definitely the kind of Zerg though that is very dangerous. Obviously already a 2-1 victory over Hero in the previous round for Solo, putting him into this semi-final. Kind of shows that he does not mess around in the ZVP, and he plays very dangerous styles as well. Like, he plays aggressively, he plays up in your face. Like, he is absolutely playing a style of StarCraft 2 that can be very quick to deteriorate if you're the opponent and you don't stay on top of it. So, interested to see just maybe more so what the builds of Solo look like here than for Classic, because I actually think Solo's builds are, like I say, perhaps the most interesting, because he really has the potential. I mean, to be fair, Solo's Classic. Like, Classic mixes it up, but depends if Classic like really mixes it up or not, I guess. Whereas it's more likely Classic plays a bit more standard, while Solo plays the offensive different ways to try and put himself, and some time is to put himself into good positions and winning positions. Cybercore Nexus both continuing through. The Queens and the Lings coming up. The drone on the way. And Depth will just be chrono boosting out for the moment. Couple things will chase. The probe will take a couple of nibbles. It's going to have the Queens and the Lings be coming up. The drones continue to come through. We take a couple moments here as the Lings just continue to play the chase down. And yeah, Stargate, the Adept, and the Wolf Gate all building through. The Queen and the Ling speed will be coming up as well. And a Hatchery coming down, still ready to his third base. Along the bottom side of the map, it's not going to mess around with a forward base or anything here early on. Can't really say that that's too surprising, as the Feelings will chase the Adept, shading around for a couple of moments. Trying to see a bit of what's up. From the Wolf Gate still coming through. Well, they're still just getting settled down. Sells the Lings just knocking down those rocks, and then Oracle coming through from Classics. That pod definitely very much so what you'd expect thus far. Wait to see where the differences and the changes may potentially come through in the near future. So we're going to try and figure that part out. Feelings commit by. Continue to go through for a couple of seconds there, and I can see the Adept's going to go shading again just for a moment or so. Oracle will just activate. One drone goes down. A couple spore shots. Going to be hitting there as well. Doing well for themselves. Now the Ling's coming around. Going to wrap around that Adept as well. Also activating. Ling's being chased. Another Oracle on the way over. Let me get that in position here just for a second. And together we'll actually continue to chase these Lings down. It's quite a bit of damage being dealt initially. It's going to be seeing the Ling's going to get back to trying to open up these rocks. Not really a sign of anything kind of aggressive from Solo. He starts a let right now, but pretty slow going for the moment. Gates building, the Twilight and the Forge both going through. Had those extra gates on as well, so do set up for that. The Adept's going to shade in here toward the Queens. Drones pull away. Adept's going to try and run back the other side. Drones running out of kind of space to run, but only 2 going down, which is not bad. One of these Oracles is going to be stopping to kill a Queen and actually goes down. The only part of this I love is that now we have 2 Oracles onto the next Queen. 6 drones of diving, going to make it 7 and 8. Oh, the Queen's all pulled over here, and there's no Spore in the third base. Fortunately, one of the Oracles runs out of energy. New Queen spawns. We're going to get a lot of damage on this other Oracle. The Oracle's going to be beat up. Man, that other one, I thought it was going to go down, to be honest, and it gets away. Sneaky little Oracle that could, and will live to fight another day. Overlord speed from Solar as he sets himself up with some vision and some movement on these Ovies. It does open the path toward Dropper Lords as well, of course, so you've got to remind yourself of that as a possibility of what could happen next. But it's not a guarantee that that necessarily straight up means aggressive all-ins and so on. It does seem it might be the case here, though. Dropper Lord's building and Roach is on the way. Stalker gets rid of the Overlord in the high ground, and so feels low solo. Okay, one Dropper Lord going to drop a few Lings in to be aggressive and just a bit feisty, and the other Dropper Lord, I imagine, to bring Queens across the map. So yeah, we are definitely going to be aggressive right now. Tempo Archives coming up. Blink +1. Continue to build through just for a couple moments here. Now we're going to see the Lings and the Ravager continuing about. The Dropper Lord moving around that left side. Extra Ravagers morphing in. The Roaches joining together. Gonna see a couple of Stalk shots going to fire. We are going to see the Ling Ravager already showing up at the front. Well, Classic's in a complete out-of-position scenario here. He's just not where he needs to be for this. These Stalkers are in the middle of the map. So he loses power to the 2 gates at the front straight away. He's going to have the Lings in the main base causing trouble. Lings on top of the Temple Archives. That's massive. Denying Storm would be absolutely huge because it means that this attack can go on for even longer without the tech units arriving. Even just denying the possibility of Archons is kind of a big deal. So not bad of a starting point for Solar. +1 about to finish from Classic will allow him to trade a bit better. We've got the Dropper Lord over here spreading the creep. The Queens will get rid of these 2 Oracles pretty quickly, so the Oracle's all gone. Looks as though the Queens will go down. A couple of Zealots showing up, more Lings showing up as well. They're going to be very good against the Stalkers, especially without the Oracles to help play cleanups. These Stalkers, the only thing really doing well against Lings, or fighting against Lings. There are a few Zealots now. We actually do get a wrap around on these Ravagers. Here comes some Lings to try and save the day. A new Oracle shows up. That'll put a lot of damage out, but it only has limited energy. We are going for every single Ravager right now. What a weird scenario this leads you to, because I don't know how well Classic is really set up behind this, because obviously he took a lot of losses like we were talking about. So I'm not sure if he actually comes out of this in an okay place at all still at the end of the day, to be honest. Like, I actually think he comes out of this and it's like, oh, like, I'm alive, but like, he's really still kind of low on tech. And so when a second wave hits from Solar, it's going to be another wave where it's like he's actually going to just stack up a lot of units, and his opponent doesn't really necessarily have the tech to have dealt with a lot of units in this case. So I think this is a lot better than what it usually looks like when Azur kind of gets shut down, because Solar really just managed to do so much during the first wave of this. Classic has so much gas banked, yeah, 1.1k. It's all because, like, you know, you expect him to get a Temple Archives, right? So he was setting up for 6 gas, he was mining 6 gas, because you expect the Temple Archives, you expect to open all those High Templar for Storms and the Archons, and now you get, you know, the inability to warp those in is absolutely huge. More Lings coming about. Plus all the shots will fire. Ravager going to take a few more hits. Oracles will activate. A few Lings take a few shots as well. Going to see the Sentry gets picked away at. The Stalkers is going to blink on top of this. I love the Lings and the Natural. Going to get some damage units. A lot of Stalkers going down. It's these Oracles that are the problem, perhaps. These Oracles, Solar has just not enough response to them, and so the Oracles will continue to damage. The Lings still dealing damage as well. Once more, the Ravagers have to go running. We try and Corrosive Bile our way to safety. It's the rebuild of the Oracles has been so annoying for Solar. We are going to get a few Queens joining together here, but the Oracles have already turned around. Everything turned around. We went and dealt with those Lings. Again, distraction to the economy of Classic as Solar tries to make some hits work there. Let's see the Oracle and a few extra probes continue to come over. The Stalker's going to get there for a couple of creep tumors. Just going to be able to grab those right away. The Ling Ravager continue to settle in. The Roach is building as well. Sentry, Oracle, Stalkers continue to build up right now. Again, Ling Ravager setting up. The Queens will take a chance to step forward. The few Lings will come through. Probes in some trouble. Lings is going to go running into this mineral line straight away, so no hesitation there. We just dive straight through. Going to look for a whole bunch of damage. We do see the Oracles coming back toward those Ravagers. They're going to get pushed back for a couple of moments. The Stalker's there to push the Lings away once more. And Solar just has so many units when it comes to these rebuilds. Like, every single time, I feel like he ends up with just so much available stuff. Lings Ravagers trying to fight through those Oracles in the sky, putting their work in, trying to land as many shots as possible. The Ling Roach Ravager trying to fight back. The Stalkers having to blink away. Obviously, the Blink Stalker's able to trade well. Solar's finally going to build a Hydra Den, by the way. So he'll get a Hydra Den on the way. He's just not killing enough of these Stalkers. The blink backs from Classic are looking to keep these units safe enough. And it feels as though Classic probably lives through this then in the end. Obviously, having the +1 upgrade only going to help you to trade a little bit better as well. Like I say, I like the Hydra Den a lot from Solar because I think what the Hydra Den does for you, it gives you some better units, right? Hydras, I mean, the problem is Ravagers are kind of good as well in terms of just high damage output, but Hydras can be very good later into a game. Spine starts immediately. Solar, if 50 workers to 50 workers, I do think that +1 attack upgrade of Classic and being in his favor is going to be a big advantage that he continues to kind of latch onto here. At this point, I think it's hard to say that Solar's still, I think at points of this, it definitely felt like Classic was on the back foot, but at this point now, another defense really feels as though Classic starts to really stabilize. My big issue still remains, I guess, is that there's a lack of splash. And maybe that's why Solar could have gone Hydra sooner, because Classic has had an inability to really tech back up. His tech has been to rebuild Oracles, which worked very well with what Solar continued to do. If Solar had gone to Hydra sooner, could we have dealt with Hydras without splash damage? I actually think it would have been very difficult. I love this Overlord. Might get shot down here, but man, it has been so annoying coming back in with those Lings a few times over and just continue to just try and be as annoying as possible. So in this case, has to back away. It's actually being chased by a Stalker. Most of the Lings get out. Only one Ling died within the Overlord. The Lings will have to run now. Stalkers will come blinking across. We'll see those numbers. Solar just spamming the Hydras. Muscular augments the Hydra speed now on the way up as well. Oracle still activating. A few more drones going down. The Queen going to be there. Hitting the Oracles back in return as well. Going to see the Stalkers and the +2 attack coming up next is also on its way in. Hydras. A lot of damage output here. If there's a fight that I think Solar could win, I would almost think it would be this one with the Hydras available. Doesn't have enough. Loses his concave here as well as he has to kind of pull back. Kind of awkward because originally he had a good wraparound with the two different ramps he was using and the two different access points of this base. With the Lings in front, more Stalkers warping in, a Sentry coming online as well. Goes down instantly, so absolutely no usage brought from that. That's why you're going to see a bunch of probes going down too. 11 workers dying. Solar kind of holding his own on the front doorstep. Corrosive Bowels zoning, the Hydras dealing the damage output. Right now, a lot of these Stalkers are not actually getting damage done during the fight as they were doing previously, so that is helping you here as Solar. Probes are going to pull in. Now we blink in aggressively, and we're going to send this. 4 Stalkers warping in. The Oracle's going down as the Hydras get rid of them. Solar is rebuilding into Ling Hydra, but man, that's a lot of Stalkers left alive. We also lost 25 probes, though, so Classic is going to lose a ton of economy. If Classic feels like he has to run across the map now, I do not love it for him. Lings and Hydras on their own here are probably going to be very effective. These Stalkers are also fairly low HP. Obviously, they can blink back defensively a bit, but that's going to be less effective against the Lings and also difficult to do when you're low HP in the first place, so you don't take a lot of shots before you fall down dead. Ling Hydra continuing through here. Production continues from Solar. Sentries, probes, all coming up. Sentries I like, because obviously I think the force fields can be substantial. Classic, again, rebuilding those workers, so he's going to try and rebuild the economy. +2 attack is massive. It's going to be one of the big reasons why these Stalkers continue to take good trades. But otherwise, we're just completely lacking tech here from Classic. Like I say, any sort of splash damage would have made this so much simpler. I do think the force fields make this a lot simpler as well. A few Lings, though, showing up on that right side will force a warp in. A Ling drop back over here. Not giving up on that idea after it got denied earlier. I love it, because it did have success earlier, too. And going to come in at a moment right now where Classic's not really ready to defend all these positions once more, while also dealing with the Hydras on the front doorstep. A couple more force fields coming down, draining some of that energy. The Lings just cleaning up. Some Stalkers. They killed a few more probes. A lot of Lings on the way. I like the few Roaches. Again, just something extra to kind of tank alongside the Hydras. Hydra's Lings still setting up. Just going to see the Ling Roach Hydra. Ravager just setting up as well. Corrosive Biles will settle. Just going to be seeing the few Lings going to unload once again. Moving straight through. Sentries getting blasted in the front. The issue for Classic is if the sentries all go down, they are very irreplaceable because they're so tough to bring back into the game. They're just expensive in a game where your economy is obviously in a bit of a weird place. It's never really been a consistent economy, right? So losing out in that regard is going to be very expensive. At this point, I think Solar's done it. Man, what a game from Solar. Took so many efforts, so many attempts. The Hydra swap, I think, in the end was imperative as well. I think if he continued to try and do this with Ravagers and so, he probably just would have ran into the brick wall. But he is going to make this happen. G, says Classic, who probably felt like at points of this, he had enough of a defense to make it work, and then Solar rebounds with just a bit too much once again. And what a game for our opening map of this best of 3 semi-final. Absolutely crazy first game. You'd love to see it. Solar goes up 1-0 in the matchup with the second game on the way. In a couple of moments, going to be Ruby Rock for our second map. Solar leading by 1. What a game. What a game. Ling drops win the game, you think? I think the Ling drops were very good, and even though they didn't do like tons of damage, a few probes here and there add up. And the distraction of forcing a few more units to warp in and play defense elsewhere takes away from the death balliness of the defense. I also think the Temple Archives dying was absolutely essential. The Temple Archives staying up, it would have just been like even an Archon or 2 at the end, right? Like, and we obviously got to a point where it just felt as though there was never really a chance for you as Classic to kind of move away into other tech again, because everything had to be spent on survival. So if everything's always spent on survival, then it becomes very tough. GG's, we get into a 1-0 lead for our Red Zerg in the top left corner of the map. Solar is our Red Zerg player taking on the Blue Protoss. In the bottom right-hand corner, we are going to have Classic. Alrighty, game number 2. Let's get this up and running. Alrighty, let's jump on the Rex cam and see what we get. Hatch gas pool coming down. Do you get the hatch on location on the natural, so it doesn't get pushed out of location or anything for that, so fairly noteworthy. To start us off, pool comes through. Get that going. Get this settled in. Drone gonna chase the probe for a moment or so. Just gonna see the rest of the drones minding away comfortably. Everything just chilling for a little while as we get this all set up. Oracle should have been in the main the entire time to deal with drops instead of battling queens and hydras. But then Solar just never drops. And then he's very fine with this because he just spent a ridiculous amount of tech to deal with a Ling drop. Like, I think the Oracles are a good response to the Ling drop, but at the same time, you kind of need the oracles. I mean, honestly, I'm surprised we didn't see more stasis wards once the Hydras came out. Like, once we rebuilt some of the oracles and we actually got a few moments of chill, I was surprised we did not see some stasis wards coming down and so on. Things coming through, Queen in production. Bling's gonna chase through, Adept gonna come around. I see the Voyager and the Warp Gate still coming through. The Zergling speed coming about. The drone still building. We'll have ourselves the Lings and the Queens gathering. A couple of Adepts going to be there to poke and attempt the shade through. So Classic just threatening the idea of maybe actually being kind of feisty at the moment, but I don't think Sola's going to buy that just yet. Holding back, holding off. You see the Oracle and the Warp Gate production continuing through as well. It's bringing that straight up. The couple of Lings going to chase after the Adepts there. Full shade. And not achieve anything for the moment. Kind of interested whether Solar goes aggressive again. Because even though I felt like killing the Temple Archive set him up for so much success in that game, and then it was obviously such a wrestling match to actually get to the conclusion he wanted it to be. So I kind of wonder, like, do we really... Like, are we looking to kind of go in that direction again here now? Avoiding the Oracle will activate. A couple of drones begin to go down. Nexus, Assimilator, the Pylon coming through. A couple extra probes building about. Creep Team is still being denied just for a couple seconds. Queen's going to go into that Oracle for a few moments. A bit more damage being done. The Voyager will activate through for some Zerglings as well. So just trying to find little bits and pieces for a few moments there. Get some work done. Put some of that work in. The Lair, the Rotron, the drones, the Queen all continuing up as well. Currently, Lings continue across the map. Just going to see the couple oracles, and the Voyager will be hanging around for Classic for a few moments. So Ling's going to find a counterattack. There's a unit in the wall off at least, so not going to be an opening there for those Lings to take advantage of. But they can jump on the third, but they found a pretty decent surround on the first Adept that's there. Two Adepts here going to shade in without the Lings at home. It does mean that we can just fight the drones. 3 workers go down. Going to make this 4 workers in total. Costly the 2 Adepts, but that's not bad. 2 Adepts, 4 drones. You're taking that trade. And obviously, the Lings across the map, all they netted was a single additional Adept kill. So the Adept count low. Going to be seeing that Overlord speed again here from Solar. So as that finishes up, you always have the idea of, hey, this could possibly be aggression. You'll lose an Oracle. Any Oracle you lose is a big deal, especially if we're going to get aggressive. Less Oracles, less defense availability. Like, yes, please. Absolutely set me the hell up for that. 6 drones going down. Going to see the Voyager turning onto the Zerglings. Bit of a chase for a couple of moments there. Drop Lord coming up. The Roach Ravager coming through. +1 in the blink on the way. There's the Drop Lord taking a journey out over to the right-hand side. So that Drop Lord to lead the charge. And then a lot of Ling Ravager behind this. Ling's actually going to catch a few units, kind of moving to the center of the map. This is no blink on these units just yet. The Oracle going to show back up. Only 1 Queen defensively because we're going to be moving over here. This Drop Lord's in trouble because these Stalkers can maybe stop and attack it. In the end, they do not. They just focus fully on running away. No stack defense on that third, by the way. So this is a very scary timing right now by Solar because Classic does not have a battery. He does not have blink. His Oracles are already low energy. Like, this is just terrifying. Everything clumped together. We are going to see Crows of Vows threatening a lot of those units. Extra Ravagers morphing in. The Queens get rid of an Oracle. The Voyager will be next on the list. Very committed from Solar and very early. It's going to hit hard. Classic's defense here is just melting away. The Stalkers are not standing up. And again, this hitting pre-blink, 3+1, is just going to make this hit very hard. GG's, Solar 2, Classic 0. We're going to have a Zerg in the finals, and that means no mirror matchup in the finals as Solar will make his bid for his 4th ever WardiTV Monday victory today in what will be his 5th ever WardiTV Monday finals. So Solar We'll look to try and make that happen. For now, though, we go to NA as MaxPax and Cure line up as our next two competitors in semi-final matches. That's going to be ready to go in just a few moments. So, Cure and MaxPax coming up in a second. Get this ready to go into some PVT and see who will be moving on to play against Solar in today's final. Hey, what do you like the new chat? Thank you so much. That was a long time ago, apparently, on the YouTube. Apparently, I'm not reading the YouTube chat very well at all today. Apologies. Appreciate it. Is everyone here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think we're good. I believe we are indeed good to go. Alright, Kia says ready. GLHF says MaxPax. No messing around from these guys. They want to go, and send this into more StarCraft. So let's get it going. Let's start this off onto Winter Madness. Let's build this into play. Let's do this. Winter Madness coming up, guys. StarCraft 2 resuming and continuing. Let's get it underway. Alrighty. GLHF gets called by MaxPax. GLHF gets called by Cure. Just double checking we were good. Let's go in game. Let's enjoy it. As I have in the top left corner, the Blue Protoss player, MaxPax. 19 WardiTV Monday victories. Will be one behind Clem if he was able to win today. Cure, 5 finals, no first place in the WardiTV Mondays. Got very close 2 weeks ago. Playing some of the better TVP I've seen him play in a while lately, so actually kind of go into this. I feel more confident for Cure in this series today than I have done for a while. It's been a few weeks, maybe even a few months since I kind of really felt Cure against MaxPax was going to be possible for Cure. Today I feel like it's doable. I still think he's the underdog, but I do think it's doable because he's been playing well lately. He's been showing us some good games, and he's been showing us some fun builds, and he's been showing us most importantly, he's been showing us results. Like, he's been getting victories against a bunch of the Protoss players, and I think that really stands for a lot as well. So I do think that'll also be important as the probe and the SCV chase each other a little bit. Engineering Bay coming down to block the natural, so Engineering Bay block will be our starting point. Not going to get a lot of HP on it though. A lot of probes coming down. We saw this very early, so MaxPax is able to respond immediately. So this is going to be one of those times where you just pull a few probes and then you cancel the Engineering Bay, and that is basically it right from the get-go here, as that Engineering Bay will fall. A few probes. We'll continue to gather. The next is the Cybercore coming through, probe and the pylon coming up as well. The mule dropping down to place. Again, the Adept and the next is the Assimilator coming up. You're going to see the couple the barracks in the factory continue to come through as well. So bringing a lot of that up for the moment. Maybe gets back to the upper left-hand side. Just going to be pulling away from that for a few moments. Everybody's going to patrol. The Adept will shade. Yeah, Twilight Council building up. Gonna get after the probe. Gonna be able to kill this. Take that down. Stalker gonna shoot Reaper. Take quite a bit of damage for a little bit of time as well, so quite a bit coming on there. So far, so good. Let's just see the Reaper pulling back up the left-hand side and see where we can get to. Stalker will be there. Reaper takes some damage. See where Cure takes this one as Orbital morphs in on the high ground. He'll be able to take the natural soon. What's up, Mooin? Thank you so much for the 16-month resub. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for resubscribing. Thank you for supporting. Thank you. Stalker, Reaper, getting involved with one another. The Adept is going to be there to join this engagement. Chase that Reaper down. Gets a shot off onto it. And the Reaper just continuing to yeet itself out of there for a few moments right now, so definitely trying to escape away for the moment. Adept is again just going to come shading through initially. He's just going to bring that straight across. You can see the couple Stalkers in the blink continue to come about. Robo Facility, Gateway, building into play right now. Marines will sit on the ramp. A few Marines pulling back over. Medivac still up to the top side. Got a Widow Mine inside that will go journeying there. Viking the tank still building. Again, Marine tank Viking in general just building up at the moment. Marine's going to fight the Adept. Very nearly goes down. Not quite though. It just about manages to pull away. Blink still coming through. And the SCV going to do a little wiggle. Stuck in the main base. But there's the single Widow Mine drop. See if we can find anything as we unload. We target, we retarget, we untarget again. Stalkers have blink already, so targeting the Stalker is not the right call. Although he did actually splash the probe anyway, so kind of worked out. But generally speaking, targeting the Stalker probably not the right call because we'll always blink away to safety, right? So not ideal. As the Creeper goes down as well, the Stalkers regather that. And ready themselves to come across. MaxPax is going to play into a very quick storm right now. Temple Archives coming up very early in this one. That Nexus coming through also. So yeah, very early Temple Archives coming online. It's going to be quite interesting to see. Charge coming up as well. Come to like Winter Madness. I think Winter Madness has been one of my favorite maps lately as well, to be honest. I think to me, Winter Madness has been very consistent in giving us like good games kind of on repeat. It's been fun. It's Viking going big, by the way. 7 probes going down initially, so that's a fantastic opening Viking. As we actually just have now these Stalkers going to show up on the other side, so they're going to come for a run-in. A little bit being done there for the probes. Went down, but obviously now you see some SCVs going down in return as well, so that will happen on top of everything else. Stubborn will siege for a couple workers, but it doesn't last long. Gets 3, which is okay. Obviously, Stalkers have to be at home to deal with it, but they do deal with it pretty quickly. Storm and the charge upgrade both building from MaxPax, so we continue to bring that into play as well. And that's straight up here in what a feature may hold for us. Couple more Stalkers unloading. Just gonna blink across Marine. Again, kind of jumped on immediately here, so just gonna see that initially being a factor too. Again, Storm and Charge coming up. Charge especially is going to give you a lot of control in these fights, but so is Storm. And then the bio upgrades from Kua coming in. I mean, I like where Kua is at army supply-wise. He is building a 3rd base. I'd be interested to see how well he can do fighting early. The issue is you're fighting against Storm, and Storm almost always finds ways to kind of slow down the Terran approach and kind of push you back the other direction, keep you away from kind of doing the things that are likely going to be, you know, completely frustrating. Stim combat and +1. Continue to build through. See that bio army. A couple of tanks gathering together for the moment. Manson are going to float down to the low ground. We will see a few Zealots warping in as well. Zealots side. A couple of SCVs going down. You see the Zealot pulling back out of here one more time. They're just escaping away at the moment, and now Robo Bay and Robo Facility continue to come about here. Just going to bring those straight up. Again, the probes, the Observer, the +1 attack upgrade, all of that continue to come in. The bio will trade. A bunch of those Stalkers immediately taking some shots and some damage. We are going to be seeing the Prism going down, attempting to get in the main man. Kua is absolutely just shutting down everything that MaxPax wants to try and do so far. He's playing a fantastic opening to this game. First 8 minutes have been absolutely pristine from Kua. Resources lost pretty even, but man, feel great for what Kua's been able to do. Bio haven't dodged back out of those storms. Didn't drop a stim yet, by the way. Problem is, it's chasing back through those storms. The storms last so long. So once you back away, you can't then just kind of decide, oh, I'm actually going to move through this. Stims, the army recalled. There is a Zealot and also a High Templar that got left behind. He didn't get included in the recall party, so he gets left to his own demise. And well, 7 SCVs go down at the same time. MaxPax finding a way to get in and get some damage once more. I guess it's not been perfect for Pure, but man, it feels like he's done a lot of right things to kind of keep him in very good positions and to keep him generally moving in the right direction in this one. Especially shutting down the wall prism, right? Because that really forces you to rebuild the prism. Now with a Ghost Academy coming up. We also have Colossus already on the way. MaxPax hitting his tech switch very quickly and very comfortably. Storm coming down. Just going to see the Zealots continue to come about. Seeing the bio coming over. A couple of Zealots will be chased. Bio pull back over. Just going to see the Vikings and the Ghosts coming back through as well. That Bioforce coming down. We're just going to be seeing the Widow Mines coming over as well. Just going to see the few Ghosts coming about. Stop on the Armory coming around. Engineering Bay coming up as well. Just going to see the few High Templars still setting into place for a moment or two. Well, you're just hanging about. To attack, +1 armor, all of that continuing up for the moment. Two upgrades on that ship weapon coming up. A few Vikings coming through, the barracks still building. You're obviously heading to that later stage, getting that Viking count up now as well, so he's starting to get all of his tech units up. Sitting at 7 Ghosts, the Viking count's decent as well, going to be like 11 Vikings. MaxPax taking opportunity of this time where Kira is setting up to just expand around the map, and that's exactly what he will set up for initially. Is a couple of shots come through, a couple of Zealots begin to go down. Plus it's going to step forward for a couple seconds as well and make their way across. Tank shot to again help zone the majority of this and trying to help push this back for a little bit as well. So pushing that back the other way. And again, more Zealots coming through because of speed, the +2/+2 upgrades coming by also right now. The rest of these upgrades continuing to play. I mean, we got 2/2 on the way up from Kira, so we need to try and control that part of this, as we are going to see the few Vikings going to get active. Going to get straight after the Colossus. We get rid of one pretty quickly. The Viking count's still good. Going to eat another Storm. I think the Vikings can get rid of one more Colossus kind of easily, though. And there's only one Colossus left. We need a few more Storms. The Viking count keeps dropping. MaxPax doesn't exactly do this free. He loses a good chunk of his own units as well. Two Colossus gather. The Stalkers move about. High Templars will still come from behind the rest of this army. The depot takes some damage. The few Marines start a fight. There's all taking some shots. Dive in again. A couple of EMPs already coming into place. Again, Colossus, High Templar picked away at just for the moment. The Archon will build through too. So just going to bring that Archon up. We do see the couple of EMPs coming down. Vikings again want to try and get in after that Colossus. Chasing forward. We're going to get it. So all the Colossus removed here, and still a good amount of Vikings up, which makes you think rebuilding Colossus right now is not really too much of a possibility just yet. Upgrades still building through. 3/3 upgrades are going up as well. And 3/3 coming about. The Colossus are going to rebuild. I'm kind of surprised. Like I said, there's a good amount of Vikings still alive here. I feel like going back in the Colossus surprised me, but maybe MaxPax really values the overall value of this army and what it can do. Given some time, the missile turret will shoot onto the prism. Doesn't do too much just yet. Just going to see the rest of this army still scanning about. The Marines unloading. So let's warp into this base. There's a lot of units here, though. These Zealots are going to be kind of freebies. It is keeping a lot of units away, which allows the army on the right side of MaxPax to maybe push in for a little bit more damage as well, though, and that's exactly what we're trying to get away with currently. Plus, is still firing through a few more shots coming about. That Storm still staying strong in position. The few Zealots and the Stalkers run in, try to get a little extra found. The Archons pulling back. High Templar there at the tail end of that is getting chipped away a little bit as well. It will now go down, so that High Templar finds itself killed. The Vikings coming through for a little bit more damage as well. And the other High Templar continue to pull back. The Vikings are going to come chasing through once more. Bio Ghost still settling in here. The Colossus trying to engage through once again. Is the consistency of this fighting kind of going far enough, basically, for MaxPax? I think Q having to stim each time. Medivacs really need to do some healing. Either this, he just spread his Medivacs out a bit to actually spread the healing onto other units. Yeah, he needs to heal up and get everything kind of back to full HP. Otherwise, the drain of just constantly fighting, I think, is going to add up in a big way. The Vikings a little exposed here. Storks could absolutely go after them. Finally, a Storm comes down on them. Took a little while to do that. We're going to kill the Colossus very quickly. We step through the Storm. That's not good for MaxPax. He has to be careful where he kites back because he doesn't want to kite back through the Storm and take even more damage. His supply is plummeting. MaxPax just on the rebuild. Tons of units showing up. Does MaxPax have enough, though? I don't think so. A couple of Zealots going down. The Archon will fall. Prism on the left side will show up. We hit the EMP on the Prism. We'll kill that initially, then turn onto the Zealots. We jump into the bunker to help us defend this. The Planetary Force on the right side. That's savable if Q is watching or paying attention. Why are we not pulling the SCVs sooner? That was absolutely something that did not need to go down. That was 100% a save. There was not the damage output to shoot through the repair. And repairing in this case is so good. You're going to get more damage from the Planetary Fortress onto the units. That was such a shame. I mean, Q's army as it stands is actually very powerful, but those High Templar counts are coming back through, and I think MaxPax is starting to make his way back to probably the winning army composition right here. As Q, his economy is struggling, especially after losing a base and having to refloat some bases around. His economy is struggling, and it is behind from where it wants to be. And it is going to be feeling the pain of the extended game at this point, where MaxPax has had bases up for a very long time. So I think this one is not far from perhaps seeing the a very sad turn at the end of it. We'll see, though, because Q's army supply is still kind of there, so we're still kind of fighting for the moment. It's not done just yet for sure. We're still kind of within the realm of possibility of bringing this back, maybe. Scans coming through. Bio having a look to see what's up, what's available. More Vikings and Marine Marauder coming online as well. One more Storm onto the Bio Ghost Force. Vikings pull away again. Colossus hurting already, but right now the Viking count's only at 5, so that's kind of the added problem onto everything else at the moment. That we have not been able to rebuild everything as comfortably as we might like to. Army supply for Q here good. He's going to have to step through a couple Storms. He'll get a lot. Can he chase for the Colossus? High Templar are out of energy, by the way, so no more Storms. Everything goes down by what? A few High Templar that run away. A Colossus on the left side going to try and make a getaway plan as well here, as it was obviously kind of reinforcing and ends up in trouble. A lot of these units low. Do we kill any of them? Nope. Okay. Kira keeps winning army fights, and if he keeps winning army fights, if he can just get across the map and capitalize one time, like right now, if he jumps on those High Templar and that Robo, deny the Colossus building, get the High Templars, he's busy dealing with the, as you can see, the harassment on the other side of the map, so it's making him slow down and delay a little bit. Gonna catch a bunch of these probes. He should really go after the Robo, no? Kind of shocked. I mean, to be fair, killing probes is nice, but there's so many probes on the map. A bunch of High Templar show up over here. Storms are going to be powerful yet again. As we just storm all over the place, Q has to run back away, give up this location. He's going to find this base as well. Kind of baffled he doesn't kill the Robo. I really feel as you get rid of the Robo, it just removes at least some Colossus rebuild. And it's not like you're really set up well to deal with the Colossus rebuild at all right now. Like, you're kind of weak. He's got a few Vikings, I guess. But, like, 2 Colossus feels so much more manageable than 3. Here's supply is going to be trouble, and especially the worker count. So his economy is basically gone. Which means he really has to just go. He did keep power of the robo, so maybe it wasn't actually as crazy as I thought. Just watch 7 High Templar walk in. I just don't think you can win this game when the pros can have so many storms available, right? Swapping in 7 High Templar, like over time, that storm damage is just going to add up to be way too much. Probably going to sit here, Sorgus take damage the Archon. Trouble, it's a nice EMP to try and make a defense in the main base. We're going to clean up as much as we can here. Kewers, the rest of his armies across the map, obviously in a base trade. He does not really fare well because his opponent has way more infrastructure than him. That's how Protoss works. They expand all over the map. They're going to have way more bases than you and way more positions to have to be cleaned out in a base trade. At least one at this kind of extremity of the game. And still Kewer. Man, he put up a hell of a fight here. I actually really thought he had this at points, but MaxPax able to trade so well into the later stages is going to be good enough. I think that really is it. Just like very good trades from MaxPax and able to keep it going. And obviously he took the advantage to tank, kind of build up into all the bases when he could as well. At this point, the High Templar feels so impossible to stop. You have a few MPs available, but there's just so many HTs. There's so many storms. And the Colossus are obviously going untouched by Vikings now as well, so this army is unkillable basically for MaxPax. It's an EMP as he walks through. He's just going to blink in, getting rid of some of the medevacs. Facing this, I mean, Q's going to lift up and try and leave. The entire bottom left side of the map is mining from MaxPax as well. He's not even going to try and leave. He is going to try and fight. Goes okay-ish, but never going to be enough, as we've said. GG's. MaxPax takes the opening game of this best-of-3 semi-final, looking to make it a PvZ final against Solar today. As Q, like I said, definitely have got very close at points, but again, just that rebuild potential coming through and really hitting hard at the end of it all. Game 2 in a few moments here as we get ready for second game of MaxPax and Q. See what that looks like. Lobby comes up, we will join and we'll get this ready to go. Get this ready to go. I also think MaxPax did a great job of fighting Q before. I think MaxPax did a great job of kind of fighting Q before he got too set up late game as well. Like, he kept trading to the point where Q couldn't, like, get to liberators or so, right? Like, the trade started when Q was still having to invest into a bunch of the tech. And while you're still investing into a bunch of the tech, it stops you from getting into, you're basically then rebuilding that tech rather than teching even further, right? And being able to keep the game kind of on that edge and on that balance of like, hey, we're playing this phase of the game rather than that turtly late phase of the game you want to be in as a Terran is also a very, very positive kind of outcome. So yeah, lots of good from MaxPax as he takes game number 1 of this best of 3. Heading to a game 2 as we speak with the bottom left Protoss player being the guy who's up 1, MaxPax in the blue. Takes on Team Liquid's Q in the red in the upper right hand side. Q got so many probes early. But MaxPax returned a lot of that damage as well, right? Like, he killed 7 probes with the Viking and then instantly lost 5 SCVs or so to the Stalkers, so the net gain of probes early was actually not that crazy. As Demops, thank you so much for the 8-month resub on the Prime. As we enter game 2 of this, guys, we'll just take a quick moment or so to say, of course, if you're enjoying the stream today, a couple of things you can do. First of all, if you're on the YouTube, do not forget to hit the like and subscribe button. Head on over there, give it a click. Helps us out massively. It's easy to do and it helps us out. We are approaching 50,000 YouTube subscribers, so if you want to help us push that 50K marker and break through and begin our journey to 100K, hit that sub button today. Obviously, you can follow on the Twitch channel. There's also the Patreon page. 100% of anything you pledge on patreon.com/WardiTV is going to go directly into WardiTV 2026 Series Tournament prize money, which includes events such as these Monday Cups every single Monday, as well as our Winter Championship that's going on right now, as well as the other big events we're going to run throughout this year. all part of the 2026 series, culminating in the 2026 championship that we'll hold in December. So look forward to all of that. And yeah, support if you can. Obviously, Prime us up if you've got a Prime sub available. Appreciate it, guys. Alrighty, so take a couple moments. Reaper going to come through. Take a couple seconds. Reaper factory coming up. SCV on the way. Adept in the Warp Gate coming by. Next is halfway done. Reaper will hop down to the low ground and begin to make its move into the bottom left-hand side of the map. So, Reaper on the move. Over there, Adept is going to come back the other way and chase the Reaper off for a couple of seconds. Just going to push that back over as well. And the Reaper, middle of the map for now. Going to continue to move. Again, on a bit of a journey for a moment or two. Only a couple of Reapers will hop into the high ground here. Okay, Kira's been playing great TVP lately. If that game one wasn't an example of it, I know he didn't win, but definitely shows the level he's at. He's been playing very competitively with a lot of the high-level Protoss players, which is fantastic to see. It's been really fun to watch as we'll see Stalker able to come through and grab that Reaper. It will go down. Cyclone locking on. The Adept going to be chased away a little bit as well. Cyclone pulling back over. The Adept shading around. Stalker, Blink, continuing through. Banshee Marines and the Cloaking coming up as well. We'll get the Orbital going to float down to the low ground as well. A few SCVs step over there to try and set that up. The Adept will make a little bit of a move, and you're going to see that Shade up to the high ground. Going to get denied as the Banshee and Cyclone together clean that up, shut that down. So that's going to be an easy little pick to start us off. It's going to be seeing the Prism and the Blink play coming through. MaxPax for the 2 additional gateways, so going to play the 4-gate Blink here. A very aggressive opening initially here from MaxPax, and going to be looking to try and get feisty early on with this, you would imagine. Cyclone comes over, just stepping over in this direction. Again, the Blink and the Cloaking currently both building on in. Marines will chase for a couple of seconds. Going to see the few Stalkers taking a few shots. So Banshee's going to hide over in the corner, and they're going to move across the map together. It does look as though, for now at least, they will go unseen, unsighted. Could be big, especially because MaxPax is going to warp in pretty much all of his units across the map here and just look to push forward. It's generally going to be the consensus of what you want to do right now, so going to be kind of taking that approach as the Prism sets up for the Blink in the main base. I mean, this is the question mark. Can you do, can you make the move across the map with those Banshees and still stay safe in your main? Because if you don't, then you're in trouble already. But if you defend this main base, which we're doing okay at so far, it's dead barracks, so it's a big pick actually from MaxPax. But the Banshees are about to arrive. They're going to fly over building 3rd. They're cloaked, so for now at least they're going to go unseen still. And they're just going to try and make sure they're close to as many units as possible. MaxPax does have Stalkers and an Observer at home, so actually not going to be caught too off guard, but we're still going to lose 5, 6, 7 probes before the Stalkers get a shot off. Now they get a few shots in. They already dropped that Blink, though. No, they did not. Apparently I'm stupid. As they blink in after the Banshee, and 1 Banshee goes down. But 9 probes killed. It's going to be more probes killed than SCVs. Stalkers across the map will position again. Obviously, they've killed a bit more than SCVs. They've also been killing, like, they killed off a barracks, for example, that was building, so they've slowed down some production and infrastructure. Stalkers will not be able to do much else yet. MaxPax does not commit through, so 46 workers each, more or less, give or take a couple. And economy is solid from both going into a third base situation. MaxPax, because its 4-gate blink is a bit further behind on the tech than he might be at other points, so it's kind of worth noting perhaps that his tech will follow this up kind of slowly because he's very stalker focused initially instead. Impact combat shield and +1 all coming through. The medevac still building up. Command center and a couple of barracks coming in as well. And that is going to be everything done soon for Cure to send it here. There's another depot coming down. Again, that bunker still sitting tidy at the front door. The scan to knock an observer down is a nice catch from Cure. Get rid of some of the information from MaxPax, right? Anytime you're able to get rid of free info is always going to be a good thing. Free info, good for Protoss. It's not free because you have to build the observer, but once the observer is built, it really is free until you have to replace it. So making free info expensive info, and right now it's no longer info as well. So it's a very long-winded way of saying it's good to kill observers. As the Storm is once again the choice from MaxPax. The Storm as the opening tech choice 2 games in a row. Yeah, interesting. Like I say, MaxPax was really one of the big RoboBay believers in this patch until some of the success from Classic made him and others really kind of revisit the Temple Archives and figure out these Storms a little bit better again. Yeah, what's up, Nonimba? 75 bits for WardiTV Monday. 75. Nice. Can't wait for WardiTV Mondays 1,000. I'll be rolling in it. Hey, thank you for the 75 bits, mate. Appreciate you. Prism is going to take a few shots. Mistletoe helping to push that away. Tank will fire onto a few Zealots already, which will charge into that mineral line. SCV's just pulling back through. Again, Robo Facility and Base still coming up. Nexus and the probes coming about, cannon on the way. Folks will blink over. Refinery going to take some shots. The Zealots continue to run up as well. Storm will probably finish off that tank, right? Yep, lasts long enough to get the KO on that, so there's the tank down. The Prism trying to unload the few Zealots into the natural. I'd be more so threatened by the Prism warping into the main. There's a lot of Marines coming though, and the Cyclone got a lock on too. So Cyclone with a scan will kill that. The Observer, the Banshee, keeping things busy is what I was about to say at the same time as a distraction, but yeah, it doesn't matter because the Cyclone does indeed net himself a Prism kill, and that Prism cleaned out gives you a lot more safety at this point. Again, look at the speed of the switch from MaxPax. As soon as Storm is done, bam! Where are we going? Straight to Colossus. Fire going to settle. Tank is going to unsiege. We'll take a step forward. A couple more Colossus coming through. The High Templar coming about. Non-Imbo with the 18-month resub on the Prime as well. And a cheeky sub. Nothing better than a cheeky sub. Fantasy TYTWA fanboy, thank you so much for the 60 months, 5 years of resubscribing. 56 months streak in 5 years. I throw my money in Wardy's wallet. It's a good place to throw it. It's not my wallet. It's well, some of it's my wallet. It's also player's wallet as well, though. Just into the wallet of StarCraft. How about we call it that? Thank you for the 60 months, mate. 5 years. Appreciate it. Nice scan to get rid of an observer. A couple more Colossus going through. The armor upgrade and the thermal lance still coming about. The Stalkers continue to gather around. A little bit of bio gathering up. A couple of tanks going to step over. Ghost gather again. The armor upgrade still coming through. Take a few moments. Command center going to drop at the front, just to begin with. Zealots and Stalkers coming about here. Just going to see the Nexus to the upper left-hand side. Pop the Guardian Shield up. Colossus and Zealot's going to charge through. Bunker goes down pretty quickly. CVs have to evacuate this position. MaxPax maxed out. Ghost looking for the EMP, man. The High Templar is so deep in this army, though. Really is so difficult to land that kind of money EMP on the High Templar. It's interesting because, like, because Storm lasts longer now, you really have a lot more time to just kind of bring one High Templar forward and just leave the rest back in the army really deep in the clumps that the opponent can't really kind of commit onto them. It's very interesting, right? Because, like, before you'd have to bring High Templar forward more frequently, and that's much harder to control. Now you have a bit more time to kind of cycle them in to the front one at a time. There's Orbital Command going to lift off. SCVs will have to start repairing it. It's not ideal because the SCVs are going to take the brunt of the damage now. Only lost 5, which is kind of impressive. I actually thought he'd be losing a lot more quickly, to be honest. Flyer coming over. Ghost as well. It's going to be seeing another observer getting caught. Kira is going to survive up to the 4 bases, so he's going to be able to start stepping toward the late stage of this game. With 4 bases behind him, we are going to see Colossus and the Archons stepping through over here. We fire a few shots off. Storm coming down onto a chunk of the bio. A couple more storms coming down into place as well. Continue to try and keep this zoned for the moment. Handle this situation. 3-2 upgrades continuing straight into place. Bio just takes a step back again, keeps the scans up. Trying to keep removing that information gathering that MaxPax has available. Fight starts out. Again, the High Templars are quite far back, so it takes a while for a storm to land. When it does land, it's a great position. It stops the Bio from kind of stepping into this army of the Protoss. Hence, does a lot for you, putting in a lot of work at the moment. Another warp in. Prism just going to get a chunk of Zealots out. 11 in the main base. This time, Kira does not have anything nearby. Ghost Academy is going to be an easy first target, and unfortunately, he can't keep up with the continuous pressure of MaxPax. Kira has to tap out, and MaxPax will be making his way into WardiTV Monday's 75 finals to make it his 36th ever tournament in the finals. 19 wins, 16 losses. A win today would put him 1 win behind Clem for a total amount of victories. He's going to be playing against Stola, who is 3-1 in terms of finals. 4 finals, 3 wins, 1 second place. One of them was against MaxPax in a pretty epic affair when they played one time. Was it not? Yeah, no, it was. Back in WardiTV Mondays 59. It was a very epic affair. That was very, very cool. So, yeah, excited to see what Stola and MaxPax bring us as we get this best of 5 final underway in a couple of moments. CVP coming through for you guys. We'll throw some ads up and we'll get this series ready to kick off. Like I say, best of 5 to wrap up the day in the finals. Appreciate you guys. Can't remember seeing MaxPax in the finals this week. Yeah. Did not make the finals of this Monday Cup for quite a period of time in 2026. Took him until February to make his first final. Now he's been in 3 of the last 4. So 4 cups in February. 3 of them have had MaxPax in the finals. Kind of crazy. Alrighty, guys. We are going to go and give it a moment. Like I say, we obviously have videos going on, and so it's the perfect time if you would like to succumb to the sellout and subscribe or donate or Patreon. I can notice you, announce you to the world, let you know how awesome a StarCraft fan you are. You know, just if any of that takes your fancy, then decide to support StarCraft 2 today. You'll not regret it, I promise. Well, you might, but I'd be surprised if you did. Yeah, last week was a MaxPax victory. He's looking for back-to-backs. These are the first cups in the WardiTV kind of spring series as well of the point system. Says, yo, non-Ember, taking advantage. 500 bits. Hell yeah, thank you so much. Look at that. That's some StarCraft 2 fandom right there. Loving it. Oh, the bracket's not up to date. I can update that. Bam. Updated. yeah, so we're going to go into this soon. What was I about to do? Oh, yeah, I was looking at the WardiTV points. Because the spring season started last week with WardiTV Monday 74. Obviously, our Winter Championship is already underway, which means that for us, it's time to start giving out points that kind of, qualify people into the spring event. MaxPax won last week, so he already has 5 points. He wins again. He's going to start making a very serious case for himself in these tournaments. So, yeah, those points go a long way. I mean, that's why top 8's so cool. Players like Nice and Shameless picking up a point today could be a big deal kind of further down the line in terms of qualifying into events and stuff, and, kind of taking part in some of the bigger WardiTV events that we have going on. So, yeah. Lots of lots of spam from Solar. Protoss Champion Science, Protoss Cannon Pylon, thumbs up. And then you put the Protoss symbol and a vomiting rainbow emoji. Solar letting us know his thoughts on the ZVP as he plays it here in the finals. But hey, he's been on a ZVP streak. His stats of the bracket was brutal, by the way. Solar had to come through all Protoss all day, actually. So he had to be Geralt, Hero, and Classic. That's not a bad run. In the top right side, our blue Protoss player then in this finals, it is going to be MaxPax, looking to make it his 20th ever victory in a WardiTV Monday Cup. And the bottom left, his opponent has 3 wins and 1 loss in the finals of the WardiTV Mondays. This is edition 75. And again, his win record today against Geralt, Hero, and Classic to make a bunch of ZVPs in his favor so far. Can he make it one more? It is Solar in the bottom left. Game 1, BO5, starting off right now. Get this underway. So going with call out to begin the game. Great question. We eagerly await MaxPax's reply. DLHF? I love how long this took just for him to put GLHF down. I don't know if that was really that funny, but as you might be able to tell, made me giggle. Yeah, alright. Game 1. We've seen Solar commit to a lot of early aggression earlier on in some of the matches that we did get to see of him playing CVP. We got to see him playing versus Classic. We did not get to see how his games against Hero went. Gonna have the Ling Speed, the couple drones in the hatch coming through. Get settled in for a few moments. It's a Stargate on the way, nothing too surprising over there. Just for the moment, pretty reasonable. Adept is gonna stay shade. Queen trying to move through. Link speed coming up, the Overlord and the Queen continue to produce through for the moment. Bringing that over for a couple seconds, getting that on the go. A couple Lings will fight. So yeah, Link speed coming up. Just going to be seeing this coming through. A couple Lings come by. Get that on the way. Stalker just going to poke. Overlord will die, and that's going to be a supply block for the moment, so that will go down. Oracle will activate. A couple lings are going to fall. Just going to be seeing the queens are going to be there to go after the Oracle for the moment. Queens will shoot. Oracle will take a few shots of damage, so a little bit being done right there. And you see the Nexus Twilight Forge continue to come by. That gateway coming out. The Gold Probe's coming through. The Link Speed coming in as well. For now. Gates will build. Lair on the way. Drones and the Lings continue to come about. Still Overlord coming through. The Hatchery and the Extractor will build by for a couple moments. We have the Rotron coming in with the Lair as well. All the dangerous things for Solar setting up soon as the Oracles get in for a couple more drones. The second and third drone kill of this game. Really not bad so far. Usually a lot of this PvZ is managing your expectations of not killing, not letting too many drones die from the Zerg point of view. So generally, if you can try and, keep that approach, that would be great. Well, Oracle's still moving around the center. +1 the Blink continue to come about. Again, our Stalker, the Gate, and the Probes continue through. Battery about to finish. All Adept's going to get there. We clean up a little further as well. Just going to see our Queens pulling back down the bottom left-hand side. Hatchery about to finish in the middle of the map. Lings will continue through. And again, the Oracles will step over as well. A little Revelation coming down. Queen's going to get caught for a few moments. Just have our +1 and our Blink still coming about. The Lings looking for a wraparound on that Adept. Now the Stalker's going to keep fighting through onto a few more Zerglings for a couple seconds. Just finding a little bit more damage for a few moments here. So a few Lings taking some shots, a few Lings going down. You can see a couple more Stalkers getting warped in as well. The melee upgrade and the Spire both continue to build straight through. I kind of like it, Solar. Melee upgrade, obviously not a super fast melee upgrade though. And he did play into the Rotron initially for safety. Now not using it. Okay, this is a terrifying moment. Does Solar just die right here? He might just die right here. He's banking money for meters. He has nothing to actually scare MaxPax off. One Link pops the Stasis Ward. Another Link pops the Stasis Ward. More Lings are going to show up. I mean, if you actually get to the meters, I'll become a bit of a believer. I thought he was going to be kind of dying. I mean, we can afford to make 11 meters right now. It's a lot of gas that's available. We're going to start at 9 instantly. Maybe he doesn't have the lava for more. No, he does. He's going to start 10 in a flyer attack upgrade. Feelings is going to keep active across the map, keeping some Stalkers over there. The Queens continue to defend. I mean, I tell you what, it's a very fine line defense that Solar is playing at the moment. Continuing to play into this moment. Again, melee upgrade, +1 flyer attack still coming through. 13 Mutilas continue to come into play right now. Just going to see the 12 Lings coming about as well. Now 26 Lings. Now the production is really starting to kick in, and I think Solar's going to be surprisingly fine as the Ling Muta move forward. Oracles, not going to love being there. We're going to lose one. Drop the Revelation at least, but does go down. +2 attack, the charge. Both coming up. A few Stalkers and the Prism continuing about as well. This Muta's dive into the main where they get a cancel straight away. There's going to be a cannon we can get rid of on the natural. Only a couple of Stalkers here to kind of add defense to this, and we're going to be forced to blink back on those almost immediately, and we actually continue to chase them. The Stalkers at the front are still pushing here from MaxPax, so he wants to chase down. I mean, Solar will give up his 4th base. He'll say, fine, go ahead and take it. I'm going to kind of rip you to shreds on the other side of the map. Tons of probes going down. We'll try and kill off a couple more Stalkers here, but now the other Stalkers recall. Definitely time to leave. Still took a moment to leave, though. 19 probes dead. MaxPax's economy in a bit of trouble, I gotta say. What I'm most impressed about is just how finally we kind of walked along that defense initially. I really do think that initial defense from Solar was so impressive. On the verge of death at any moment, and kind of felt like MaxPax just had enough to just walk in, but Solar made it confusing and conflicting enough that it wasn't that simple. Solar, 16 meters still in the game, 7 more popping, so the numbers continuing on in an upward kind of trajectory at the moment. Muta gathering around. Muta's taking some shots. The Stalker's getting a few more hits in. Seeing the Mutas continue to come around as well. We do have our +2 attack upgrade building on the side of MaxPax, so we get that on the way. 3 Stalkers warping in. 4 more High Templar coming up. Stalkers going through, and the Overseer on that right side just escaping away for a moment. I mean, the scary part for Solar is you got to fight this army at some point, and Ling Muta not necessarily bode super well in that regard. Should stand the Prism at least, but his forward base probably just cancelled again. I believe Solar's going to counterattack. Straight through for the cannon. He does have the right side base up as kind of a 4th, so he has that available. He's going to go after units again. Right now, still just spamming up into as much as he can get. Right now, every unit you can get in a favorable trade is going to be massively beneficial to you. Because anything you can do to kind of shut down MaxPax's numbers is going to help you to kind of clean up in the end. And I do think that MaxPax army is scary to fight, so yeah, I think he's right to kind of go after the Stalkers in that regard. Killing off a bunch of the probes. Every probe we get rid of is massive in a base trade scenario too, obviously. As MaxPax is already kind of... I mean, probably thinking about how he pulls back home and deals with this, but he's got recalls on cooldown, no? For a few more seconds. Okay, so recall's not on cooldown forever. I wonder if he recalls as soon as it's available. Currently, all 4 of the Nexus are under attack, by the way. Temple Archives targeted. Did not deny it before 2 more Archons came into play. That's scary. Every single Archon is going to be a big factor. We kind of know it. 1 probe left on the map. It's right here. It's in the main base. That's the only probe remaining, so we could actually just straight up commit to the full base trade scenario. We could send this right here. 47 workers going down, 52 for Solar as this Archon still does some damage. Hey, an Archon on its own, though, we take that. The units recalled home, and they left a couple of units behind, so if you're going to leave units behind, we're going to capitalize. It's going to be the plan, and capitalizing is what we are doing. Oh, we're going to commit to this fight. No, the Mutalisks dying to the Archon. Solar, I think, is picking a horrible fight, but maybe it's actually good enough. Oh my god, that was ugly. Good. Because it's good enough, but it was hecking ugly to make it happen. As Solar is going to win this game. God, I was like... Because I was already kind of thinking that Solar had this in the bag, honestly, and then the fight looked as though it was going to be disastrous. Just felt like he wasn't killing a lot, and the Mutas were just dying, but he had a good clump of Mutas off to the bottom side that actually did kind of go in his favor for a little bit as well. So that was beneficial in retrospect. Looking back on it, hello, Ellie. Hi, are you here to join us for some casting? Or are you just chilling? What are you up to, baby girl? What are you up to, baby girl? Just want some love. I'll give you some love then. Alrighty. You get some love. And we will get into another game of StarCraft. How does that sound? Yeah? You're a fan of that? Perfect. Ellie's a fan, guys. Ellie's into it. Go on then. Have a butt scratch. How lovely. How lovely. Alright, we're gonna go to Ruby Rock, guys. Thank you, Ellie. I got a cast. Oh, she looks so disappointed. I know, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. She's just here to complain. What? What? No, I got a cast. Doesn't matter how cute you are. The game began. I know. Terrible, isn't it? Top left. Down a game. It's going to be MaxPax. He drops the GLHF, and Solar will say thanks after requesting it in game number 1. As we go to game number 2. I like the banter. Solar, a 1-0 lead. Man, it'd be kind of crazy if Solar was to win another finals. An 80% win rate in finals is nothing to scoff at. Like, if he makes it to the finals, his chance. And the one time he lost in the final of this tournament series, obviously just 1-0 lead. I'm not trying to get ahead of us. Just some back story as well, so we're going to chat about early in the game. The one time he lost the final was against Clem. That was way before he won one. And it was such a close series as well. That was a 5-game banger of a matchup. That was also pretty sick. So thank you so much, Vlad the Bad, on the 25 RON. I don't even know what RON is. The Romanian Lu. The Lu? The Lo? Lo? Thank you so much for the 25 of those, my man. Thank you very much for the super chat. Appreciate you. Drop the little heart. Thank you for super chatting and supporting. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. The banter is Solar, MaxPax barely acknowledging. Well, he fixed his ways, man. He GLHF'd in game 2, you know. fixed his ways, so maybe that's acknowledgement enough for Solar. That's all he needs. Some fun here between the guys as we settle into this second game. And see if Solar can continue to track things over in his favor. Probe coming over. Stepping through, as we do have the Adept, the Warp Gate, the Stargate, and the Nexus coming about. Just going to see the link speed and a couple of drones coming through as well. It's taking some time to get set up right now too. Get this on the way. Link speed and the Queen continue to build up. Stalker and the Warp Gate coming through as well. Warpgate just coming up. The Oracle's still on the way through. Adding a couple of probes on. Next is being added in as well. Stalker will just go after the Overlord for a couple of seconds here. So tip-tapping a way to get an Overlord kill. Nice little grab there. Go drop a little gateway down. Drop that into place. Continue through for the moment. So the Oracle just hops into the main. Queens are going to be there to deal with this for the moment. Pretty easy shutdown for now. Nothing too crazy going on just yet. We do have the Oracle gathering about. A couple of Queens dropping some Creep Tumors down as well. Continue to bring that into play for the moment. Get that into place as the Twilight Council Forge Gate and the Nexus continue to come through at the moment as well. That Rotron still building through. That hatchery coming up as well. As you can see, Twilight Council, the Forge, and a couple extra gates. So obviously didn't play kind of super aggressively in that last game. He just set up in towards the melee and the Spire later on. I really did think I really did think actually that he was in a lot of trouble when that army first arrived, but really again dancing the line. Surviving long enough. This is not good. 4 drones down and Adept's nowhere near being picked off just yet. Early game disaster for Solar. 8, 9 workers going to fall. We shade into the main. Make it 10, 11. Yeah, you just can't take that much damage. And we're going to try and re-drone a little bit, but Overlord speed, if this was intended to be an attack, it's going to be off way too few drones at this point and way too little economy to really be effective. Stalker's going to shoot. A few links taking damage. Stalker's going to shoot. Overlord will take some damage. Let's see the Lynx counterattack, and we obviously got to try and do something here. Killing the Cybercore would low-key be a great play. Because if you deny the... I mean, this is going to be, once again, Solar basically just diving across the map. We saw this similar scenario against Classic earlier, where you basically get across the map so quickly here as Solar, and Classic was on the map aggressively. Now, this was the exact same for MaxPax. He had to recall, but he recalled to the main, so the few units that were here on the low ground go down. This pylon fallen is going to depower a couple of gates if we get both of the pylons. Right now, focusing pylons means that we are not putting damage onto the Stalkers, though we are continuously running kind of through a choke point with our units here. Robo Facility is going to be a prime target. Maybe that pylon, actually, because If we kill this pylon, I think it depowers a gate and the robo. So I think that should be a priority. We want to stop this immortal from coming out. That corrosive bile not enough. We realize that we do kill it. 2 gates get depowered. Wow. I mean, we have new pylons coming up around the sides. Solar has MaxPax supply blocked as well. A few lings in the main, getting a few probes. Going to work their way back around here. The lings are going to go towards the new pylon. That's massive because, again, most importantly, not letting this robo get up. Dealing with an immortal is a big beefy unit you don't really want to deal with at all right now. High Templars do get warped in, though, so we are going to see a chance to make Archons. Remember, losing the Cybercore meant we couldn't warp in Stalkers for a while, so the main unit which you have kind of in this game with the Blink available is then no longer available to be made, is kind of a brutal little situation. That's why I kind of liked it. I called it low-key a great pickoff at the start, but it actually was the entire position for the attack of Solar. I thought he was just going for that position and working from there, but not quite the case in the end, as the Lings, they're going to kill this natural, I think. They're going to kill this natural. If we kill the natural, what do we do after? Do we pull that off to the third? We're going to split a few Lings into the main. Oracle activates there. We'll try and kill a few probes. 26 probes already dead at this situation. Now 30. Stalker's blinking through. I mean, MaxPax going to get to an interesting point where he's probably going to clean up and then we'll be able to counterattack to try and bring it back a bit. I mean, he's only 6 workers behind. The creep spread could get cleaned out here. That will do a lot. The drop load goes down as well, so everything from Solar falls. 50 drones left in the game right now. +2 charge on the way. I like that MaxPax instantly starts to tech and improve his army even further. The +2 especially means that Stalkers will be so effective given a bit of time. And the Archons are such bulky units as well that even though we never got to the Immortals, I actually really believe in this army because of the fact that we're going to have the, these Archons to kind of back it up and to bulk it up. So I like that a lot right now, to be honest. I like that a lot. Revelation comes down. The Oracle's going to tank the Roach Ravager here for a few moments. The Queen's still moving through for just a little bit as well. And we will see the Lings once again going back to the other side of the map. +2 attack. The Stalker's still in production. We got our Nexus on the way. Lings wanting to come in around the left-hand side. They're going to run through for the natural. Try and get after a probe. Running by and toward the main base. Stalkers after the Archons. A couple Lings in the main. Eileen, one of the big benefits right now is the natural wall-off is non-existent. So you have free passageway into that location in that base. So why the heck wouldn't you use it? And that's exactly what we are going to do. We are going to use it. The Ling Roach still building through. +2 and Storm coming up. A couple of Zealots onto the hatchery. Roach Ravager going to take a chance to run over that right side. Going to get 1 Zealot. Going to get 2 Zealots. Queen, Roach, Ravager through the middle of the Oracles. Going to fly overhead. 1 Oracle. Doesn't go down. Kind of a big deal, actually, because the Oracles are a big part of what's going to provide defense here. Kill Oracles, you're going to remove a lot of the damage output. 120 to 70 army supply. Very close to +2 attack. Quite close to Storm. Solar spreading the creep, but can't really afford to take too long. Love the Stasis Wards. A couple of Lings definitely going to want to try and run by to set those off, but we only had a couple of Lings, really, and a couple of them already went down. We didn't set a Stasis Ward off yet. Lings now going to pop a Stasis. A couple of Corrosive Biles to try and zone this back. MaxPax going to have the weird situation where he has to kind of push through choke defensively now. So Solar being able to get into this forward position is big. I tell you what, those Archons are low. 2 of them pop down. First Storm is okay, but if we can back away from these Storms, then we're not going to take too much damage. The issue is the Storms zone very well, and they buy you time, but can they buy you enough time to change this? The Archon walking in is going to go down very quickly as well. I'm not sure MaxPax has enough, even with the +2 attack upgrade. Corrosive Bile is going to deny the Stasis Ward as it comes in to finish building. So that is going to be denied as well. And Solar, is he on the verge of a 2-0 lead here? Going after that hatchery, he is going to... MaxPax on the counter-attack is looking for that. Solar is looking for the third Nexus. MaxPax trying to pull a defense on it. Okay, the third is going to die. That much we can see for sure. The Oracles try and move in. 2 of them go down. Big, because that's a lot of energy regeneration that is now going to be lost and is not going to be maintained and found again. Roachron and Ling still building up. The Ravager still pushing through. The Queens as well. 18 more Lings in production. The Ravagers, the Roaches, the Queens splitting about, spreading it up at the moment. The Stalkers will take a few shots, will take some damage. A couple Corrosive Biles coming through. Storm comes down, zoning the Roach Ravager back the other direction. This is now a 2-base Protoss once again. Don't know if Solar can keep pushing in, though. I do still have a bit of belief in this army composition of the Protoss. I love those Biles. Oh, the Stalker pushes the Archon out of the way. Smart. Morphine Archon was about to get Biled down. The Stalker pushed it to keep it alive. At the very least, it absorbs a few rounds of Ravager shots. Ling's trying to fight up into the front. The +2 attack on the Stalkers has got to be thought about here. The value of those Stalkers is much higher than you might think because of that +2 and obviously their blink ability. So there's a reason Solar's supply is still very close. Going home is kind of rough for Solar as well. You'll take a few losses in the process, but the Oracles are very low on energy, so they can't just kill things forever. Fortunately for Solar, he will back it up. 46 to 43 workers. 4 bases, but it's more so about the economy that you have, and the economy is not exactly incredible. What a position we find ourselves in this game too. MaxPax barely hanging on in there. Solar's so close to breaking down the opposition, but he's not made it happen just yet. A few High Templars and the Stalkers regather themselves once again. The Roach Ravager still gathering up too. Stalkers will push up. The Dropper Lord immediately in some trouble. Very nearly going down. The Oracles following as well. Now some of those Stalkers go in after those Zerglings, and they're just going to go chasing after a few probes as well. Still just mauling Roach from Solar. I wonder if he could take a chance to make a few drones, and if it would be worthwhile. I want to say it would be, but clearly he feels like he still has to just rebuild and all in again. So I can kind of understand what he's going for instead. And maybe it'll work. We do obviously have time for the energy to regenerate this time on the High Templars, so there's going to be Storm available, and that's going to definitely help. Obviously, one thing we notice compared to that kind of Solar versus Classic game from earlier is that there's no Hydra switch here from Solar. Because the Storm's available, there's no point going Hydras into the Storm, so he's going to stay on more of the same. Roach Ravager pushing through, just going to be seeing the few Lings and the Roaches. On that right side, try and chip around, but the re-expand happened on the left side, so I guess those units could run to the natural, though. I mean, that would be effective. Picking up a few more Zealots, it's a massive opening Storm. It's a lot of units getting hit by that. It's a lot of damage on Solar's army. Does he mass back up better? I mean, his advantage was the fact that obviously initially, you know, at first in this, obviously there was no third base, so a lot of the probes were inactive for MaxPax. So another good couple Storms on the ramp, and watching that run by at the same time, trying to get through. Good defense from MaxPax. I love that Solar sent a few Lings with this, because it's really helping him to actually have the power to keep pushing through with that group of units. And that feels as though it's very important in these later stages at this point. The Lings and the Roaches get through. They're going to continue to go after a few more workers there, trying to get a little bit more found. Still pressing at the front. We still have Storm energy available. 6 probes going down. We're not really in the business of losing economy right now. MaxPax trying to hang on with what he's got. I like that Solar just splits more units away. MaxPax is clearly afraid of being too oversplit, and that's definitely something that Solar's taken advantage of. A couple of Biles here. You drop a Storm. Archon lives through it. That's a lot more Roaches this time around. There's also a lot of Zealots ready to grid it too. I'm a little afraid of the lack of Zealots that may, a lack of Roaches on the bottom side with the Ravagers, and that's actually a lot of Stalkers that respond to the Roaches. The Roaches have to get the hell out of there. They can't stick around in that fight. Another Storm coming down. MaxPax having this base is huge because this base is fresh. 15 minutes in game. Having a fresh base really does go a long way. Another Storm coming in. I tell you what, yeah, these Roaches need to back up. The split kind of attack game from Solar is starting to fail him a little bit. He's going to keep all in. Man, the first time I saw Solar do something like this was against Showtime, I think, on Tourmaline. Back in, I want to say, it wasn't the 2025 event of us. It was like around that time or like maybe the month before that. And he played a really crazy game where it was like, he was like a 20-minute low-tech all-in. And this is very similar vibes. And there is something to be said about the power of just kind of keeping it going. Wow, the Oracles across the map are going to kill like 11 drones. So Solar finds 12 probes. MaxPax responds just finding an undefended mineral line. That's actually ridiculous. What is scary, though, is that we're pushing in position on this base, and the High Templar are all taking damage. They had to morph into Archons. That may be the last of the Storms, but these Roaches are also beat up. And if these Archons get any shots off, it's going to be a beatdown on this army still, I think. Solar going to try and fight here, but he doesn't have enough. MaxPax is going to be able to call this off and clean this out. And it is going to be a 1-1 scoreline in this best of 5 final, as this one is going to be held in the end by MaxPax. Wow. I actually wonder, I think if those Oracles don't find so many drones, Solar might just back away and not take the fight there, because he just kills a significant amount of probes. He maybe doesn't need to commit to the fight. Especially, like, once he's dealt with the Storms, fall back, heal up, and those Archons are morphing, right? So, yeah, it's a lot of Archons, but at least there's no High Templar on the map, and you just killed a bunch of probes again. Great stuff. Very entertaining action as GG Go-Go and Ready is called. We just need Solar to be swapped in. to the player slot. Swap his race to Zerg would be good. We can go into game number 3 of this finals. Tied up 1-1. WardiTV Mondays 75. Thank you for joining us, guys. We've got 500 on YouTube. We've got 1,500 on Twitch. So 2K viewers for today's Monday Cup is beautiful. Appreciate you all. Thank you very much for watching with us and enjoying with us. Again, one more little call to support. Like and subscribe, especially if you're on YouTube. We've got great YouTube viewership right now. Give the stream a like. Goes a long way. Let more people know there was some awesome games today. And if you don't already subscribe to the channel, we are trying to go for the 50,000 YouTube subscriber mark. So if you would like to help us with that, hit that sub button. If you don't already, help us push towards that 50k marker. As it's 1-1, tied up. Solar, MaxPax. MaxPax in the bottom right, Solar in the upper left. Game 3 of this series. The GLHF returns. Conversation resumes. I think you need it. Ooh, okay. Even the starting GLHF is fiery. I think you need it. Wow. All right, off into game 3. 1-1 tied up. Man, I tell you what, we've cast a lot of good solo MaxPax series lately. Thinking back the last couple of months, I feel like there's so many of these matchups that just go back and forth. Super close games. Very feisty, very close, and very exciting. And this is obviously currently on its way to being one of those situations. 2 games so far. Great games. Winner of this will be up onto match point already, which will obviously be awesome for them as well. So you just see those couple drones continue to come through, nibbling away at the probe for a couple seconds, trying to get a bit more done as well. Get this going. As the probe just nibbles, again the drones come through. Nexus and the Cervical coming about. Don't see how Pros is supposed to play against this build without killing 10 drones early on. I mean, let's think about all the things that went wrong for MaxPax in that game. A, he had no idea it was coming. He was attacking the right side base of Solo while Solo was all in his natural. This opened the door to the Cybercore dime, which meant he couldn't build Stalkers for a long time, so he couldn't even build the right defensive units that he'd invested tech into. And quite frankly, at that point in the game, the best defensive units, the next best thing you can add on is Immortals, which got denied because the Pylon and the Robo went down because MaxPax was out of position and had no idea he was being all-in already, and so he lost the Robo facility before getting an Immortal out. So a lot of things went very wrong for MaxPax. Considering he had a good early game, he did. And he would have been in a much more comfortable position if he had any sort of defensive position at all in the early stage, you know? So, yeah, I think it is just a case, like, you know, of just a bit more preparation, knowing it's coming, and the entire situation doesn't get to what we just witnessed. Especially when Solo loses those drones early, because then he's in such a rough economic position early on, that's very difficult to kind of recover from. Things be coming through, halfway done. We have the Warp Gate building up, the Adept and the Stargate coming through. Sola has all-in every game. Well, okay, in game 1 of this series, he didn't all-in, but he all-in most of the games we've seen him play today, so I'm kind of wondering if that continues to remain to be the vibe, or if he has maybe something else kind of planned up his sleeve, possibly able to be brought through onto this as well. Just going to see the Adept going for a couple of creepers. The Lings are going to run over as well. Going to go after the Adept for a couple of seconds there. Just try and chase that off, punch that away, and deal with this for the moment. And that Ling speed still building through. The Queen coming online, bringing that up. And that's settled into place. And yeah, Ling speed coming online. Warp Gate, probes, and the Nexus continue to come through as well. Couple of Adepts coming by, a couple of Lings will be chased about. Just going to have ourselves the Oracle. Going to show up and get after a couple of these drones already, coming straight in and putting some work into that. Just going to be seeing the Queen still gathering, the Oracle, the Warp Gate coming through. Again, Queen, drones, Roach Roaring, building into play at the moment. Those couple of Lings and the extra drones coming up and online as well. Looking good as the simulators and the Gateway continue to build into play. Got a lot of that coming through here. Just going to be seeing the Queen's going to try and chase down after the Adepts for a couple of seconds as well. Adepts trying to find some opportunity. Ling's going to gather. Just going to see a couple of these Adepts getting caught. Oracle going to activate, but you see the Lings coming back the other way. Just going to try and jump onto said Adepts for a couple of moments. Not going to do too much. The Oracle gets very low, doesn't go down. Obviously noteworthy in this game. 12 Lings, but only one drone going down, so very different situation to what we've seen previously. Again, gates in the blink continue to come online, so the extra gates coming up. Get that on the way, bringing that through for the moment. Oracle Stalker in the blink continues in, and the Fieldlings will be accompaniment to that as well. A bunch of Lings coming up, the Ravagers morphing straight through. We're going to build a hatch in the front to get the Creep Tumor down. Okay. I was going to say, that is genuinely a thing we've not seen very much of. But this is because it's an earlier all-in, right? This is a pre-lair all-in, so you're not going to have a way to put the creep down, but this is going to give you a chance to creep and also then use the transfusions. You can see the defense immediately here from MaxPax is going to be very different to before. There's zero attempt to defend the third base. Because of how early this is, he's going to give up the third base and defend the natural instead. You're going to see another hatchery cancel into the exact same idea here. So same idea as before, just going to cancel that, put the creep tumor down, or at least that's what I imagine we're going to do. Just took a moment or so before we throw the cancel down. Now the creep tumor comes down. Going to start working at the front. Cybercore already rebuilding from MaxPax, recognizing that's one of the things that will get knocked down here on the front door early. Tons of stack defense coming through. Obviously, Blinken +1 is a way away still. And this is going to give you some time as Soul, about a minute or so to fight before those upgrades are done. Stasis cancelled, doesn't do anything. Or maybe it popped and it just was on the Ling that was already dying. Ling's moving through again, deciding what they want to try and attack onto. You're going to decide the gateways or the targets. There's a lot of gates on the low ground. 4 of the 6 gateways are here on the low ground. If we kill 4 of these, and there's not a lot of production left for MaxPax, this might be a prime target. Pylon's going down quickly. MaxPax supply blocked as well, so he's not adding any real units in during this while he does have access to the gateways. That said, Sol has lost a lot of his Lings at this point, and so maybe he can't really stick around much longer. The creep trying to push through. There's a cannon now helping out to this top side. Burst of Bile in toward another pylon. MaxPax still supply blocked. Again, he has Blink now. These supply blocks have been brutal, and he's still ever so slightly supply blocked. Can we get rid of another pylon or 2? 4 new pylons are building up. Solar's numbers are definitely waning a little bit, though, and he has to back off for a second or 2. Queens have transfusions to buy some time against these Stalkers. Stalkers, again, just blinking back comfortably. There's another Stasis Ward that we're going to have to try and deal with more than likely as well. 2 more Lings just showing up. The Stalker's being chased. Another couple of Lings caught in the Stasis once again. +2 attack. Still building from MaxPax. I think he's got a defense here. This didn't fall down as quickly as Solar needed it to. The defense on the natural held for a long time. The static defense came online because we built it immediately. And MaxPax even going to re-expand to the bottom left-hand corner almost immediately as well to start getting a third base online that Solar's just not really going to think on. Solar's going to build a lair, but lair drones, try and set up for the later stage. But what, we're going to set up against +2 Blink Stalkers with no roach speed for the next 2 minutes of this game? That feels absolutely terrifying. Okay, they're not +2 Stalkers straight away, but like, they're going to be +2 soon enough, man. Like, they're going to be +2 at some point soon. It's going to be kind of scary. Stalkers together, a little revelation coming in. Just going to see the creep tumors going down here currently. Just going to see the Stalkers trying to fight through. Another couple of Biles coming down again. Pushing up, a couple of Queens going down. Again, the Rav just taking shots once more. Just gonna see the Stalker still trying to push forward. 1 Queen, 2 Queens, and a bit more trouble. We blink back one more time. Trying to stay clear of this at the moment. I mean, at this point, I don't think you can really... I'm not gonna say you can't lose this as MaxPax, but it's hard to take a bad trade as long as you're microing the Stalkers back. Each and every one of these trades goes in your favor. The Stalkers are not dying, the Roach Ravager is. Pull it back once again. We do see the Stalkers continue to work through this, and Solar mixing up with a different kind of layer of attack, a different timing of attack, but this time around, MaxPax has the answer to it, and kind of opens the door as to what maybe happens in Game 3, because Game 1 and 2 were both pretty darn close, and now this Game 3 felt a lot better from MaxPax, just a lot more stable throughout. GG called. MaxPax with the 2-1 lead. A map away from being the WardiTV 75 champion after Solar. It was looking so good for him. No Void Rays to get some help for the defense. Voids don't do a lot of damage to Ravagers or Lings all queens, and because the queens are there, the Void is going to take damage, so the Void Ray is an investment where you'd rather just have more Stalkers, because they're going to get Blink. So, Void Ray is just an investment defensively there that you don't need. As we just saw, you don't really need it. It just doesn't help you. Because Void Rays are kind of expensive and not quick to build either, so if you start building Void Rays like, well, I'll just build Void Rays as like a response and like a, you know, like a go-to kind of like, I'm going to build a bunch of them, that you just don't get a bunch of them in time to be meaningful, is what it comes down to. As we will join into game 4, going to be Tourmaline for our map. Solar is going to go and ready. GLHF says MaxPax in the lobby. Maybe the games are done. Maybe the GLHFs are just going to get dropped immediately now. As we kick off into game number 4 of this best of 5 final. You're watching WardiTV Mondays, and we'll get into this in a second. Jumping on in. In the top right-hand side, our blue Protoss is going to be MaxPax up 2-1 in this best of 5. Bottom left, it is going to be our red Zerg Solar. This could be our last game of the day, guys. Well, you know what that means. If this is our potentially last game of the day, it will be time, just one more time, say that obviously do consider supporting the Patreon page, patreon.com/WardiTV. Again, these tournaments do not happen without your support. We are at an all-time high on the Patreon, which is amazing. But that doesn't mean we can't do more if you keep on supporting it further. So don't be complacent just because the number already looks good. More prize money for players means bigger events, which means more competition, more reason for the players to stay active and competing, more reason for us to get more great games of StarCraft to you on the screen. So do support on the Patreon page. Again, that's patreon.com/WardiTV. And we specifically push the Patreon because it goes directly to the players, which is one of the most important things. Like I say, funding these events and funding these players participating is absolutely our #1 priority. Again, check out the Patreon page. Let's thank you, Phil McJr., for the 35-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate you. Thank you for priming us up. And thank you so much for that. Obviously, if you do have a Prime or so to share as well, always helps too. But enough of selling out and more of PvZing, because we got ourselves a probe that's journeying around in the early stages to get settled in for a few moments. Cybercore and Nexus both are building up and get those on the way. Bringing those straight through currently.
Game paused.
So we'll drop a pause. Just asking about lag. We'll take a moment to deal with that. Oh, Sol has a bunch of minerals stacked. Is there any chance SC2 will die now? Then there's no more championships? I think SC2 will not die. I think SC2 will change. So, yeah, dying is an interesting term where, yeah, it kind of depends a little bit, really. So, yeah. I think there's definitely some changes that will probably happen in StarCraft and some resizing and stuff, but it's difficult to imagine a game is going to die when other games that have been around for longer with no official support still very much so go on as well, you know? So, yeah. Can a dead game die? That's a great question. Great point of view. I mean, SC2 has been dead to some people for years. The best part of that, though, is that for the people that SC2 is dead to, it doesn't matter, because we can still enjoy it, so it's more about when is SC2 dead to you, also than when is SC2 dead overall, you know? If you do not care about StarCraft 2, if there's no World Championship, then yeah, StarCraft 2 might be dead to you. But if you enjoy just watching StarCraft 2 at any level, and you just like seeing some of the best players in the world compete, then quite clearly right now, StarCraft 2 is absolutely not dead right now. Little suspicious face coming down. for moment or two. Oracle and the Warp Gate coming up. Link Speed, Queen, the drones all building across as well. And Depth will head down to the bottom left-hand corner. Again, the few drones coming about. The Queen and the Link Speed coming through. Get this up and running for a few moments. As the Queen will be there to deal with the Adept. At the end of the day, guys, StarCraft 2 really is, can just be a community game, which is why we push the community supporting aspect of it. You guys are loyal, you guys enjoy it, there's zero reason we can't continue to make StarCraft happen, so. Anyway, on a less depressing point of view, we can talk about PvZ. Is PvZ less depressing? Got him! Let's just have ourselves the Overlord, a couple of drones, Evo Chamber coming up out. Another upgrade building, Lings and the drones coming through. We just have ourselves the setup coming here for a couple of moments. I'm just going to have the melee upgrade coming about right now. Let's just have ourselves the extract coming through, Robo, Forge, and the Twilight Council coming online as well. So we got a lot of that coming up. The gates coming through, the probes coming in, Bane Nest and the melee upgrade continue to produce as the oracles take a lot of damage on the way in. Will not do a lot there initially, so that is not too successful of a starting point. I'm going to go charge this game here from MaxPax. He's going to mix it up. Charge against the Ling. The melee upgrade is generally good because Stalkers are not great against the melee upgrade. The Bane Nest early from Solar can definitely help him against some early Zealots though, so let's see what happens. Oracle just going to activate, a few hits coming through. We'll see a few shots coming about there. As we can see at the moment, just going to see the melee upgrade still building, the Lings on the way. Again, the few Queens gathering together as well for now. So again, a bit of this up and running for a moment or two. A few Lings going to move across the map. Just get this settled right now. Lots of Lings actually back to the right side. Charging the +1 still building. Temple Archives and the gateways continue to come through as well. The upgrade, the Lings and the Banes coming up. Just going to see the few Lings going to wander around up on the top side. Poke in a little bit and see what it is that they maybe can start trying to do for a little bit here. Going to try and run in toward this Stalker to begin with, for example. So that's going to be a starting point. Let's just see the feelings. Will now join with the Banes. 53 workers, very aggressive from Solo with this melee upgrade being done. The Banes are very important. We need them to kind of clean out big, Zealot waves. Sentry is important there as well. Force field the front means you can't get in. So that's actually a very important part of this. We're going to go back to the third base. We've only killed 4 workers so far. How many more can we actually kill? I mean, there's third base under attack. Solo building a lot more Lings behind. There's the Zealots and Archons across the map. So that's where the units of MaxPax are. We've not lost drones yet against this. We'll see how the defense continues. Like I say, it's going to be tough because you're mostly going to have Lings over here against units that are very good against the Lings. So it actually feels as though that might be a little bit tricksy and a little bit difficult to work through. The Queen's trying to get in after the Prism. That's not going to be good enough. MaxPax is just going to shut this down, shoot this down, get the GGs. MaxPax will win his 20th WardiTV Monday Cup. Congratulations to him for a pretty darn decent showing, if I do say so myself. Alrighty, guys. What we're going to do is I'm actually going to be doing some sponsored content for an hour. We're going to be playing Marvel Rivals for the next hour or so. The best part of this is if you guys stick around for like 5 minutes from the sponsorship starting, you guys can basically already have supported the sponsorship. So it's not a big commitment. I don't need you to stick around here all day or anything crazy like that. If you guys just stick around for the next 5 minutes while we start this off, basically adds free money into the pot of a StarCraft 2 tournament prize pool because we can basically just run it. Just 5 minutes. Yep. It doesn't take long once I click the start button, which I just did. From now, basically, if you guys stick around 5 minutes, then you ditch. It counts as a view on the sponsorship already. So because it already counts as a view on the sponsorship, you're good. Like, that's what we get paid for. So you take a few minutes to stick around, helps us out. We get to do more free StarCraft 2. This is going to be the end of the YouTube stream, so I'm going to say bye to YouTube. If you're on YouTube and you want to come support freely, all you have to do is come open the Twitch stream for a few moments. You can support our sponsored content. Come check it out and see what you think of Marvel Rivals for a few minutes. Come hang out over there. But yeah, the YouTube will go off in a couple of moments, guys. I'm just going to run one round of ads. Thank you for watching today on the YouTube. Like and subscribe. We had a great viewership on the YouTube. 500 viewers for the last couple of hours is amazing. So appreciate you guys. But yeah, the YouTube stream will turn off in a moment. And like I say, we will be back. Or we will be on Twitch for the sponsored content only. So I'm just going to sort that out, guys. Stop. And we can start talking about our Marvel Rivals stuff. So I'm going to start getting Marvel Rivals open, and then we'll start talking some of the sponsor points we need to talk through, as this stream is now, from here on out, officially sponsored by Marvel Rivals. Beautiful. I'm going to click play, get this started up, and get the volume down just in case a little bit. And like I say, guys, I'll see you later on YouTube. Wave bye to YouTube, everybody. Bye, YouTube. Bye, YouTube. All right. It's always crazy to turn the YouTube off when it has 400 viewers still. Yeah. Cool. So